ทำไมขายแพงจังอะลุง3 ลูก 50ป่ะ
ไม่ได้มันแพงปุ๋ยแพงค่าแรงแพงสารพัดแพง
นะลุงนะลุงลุงเป็นไรอะเดี๋ยวหนูซื้อ100 นึงก็ได้ไม่เป็นไรเฮ้ยลุงเป็นอะไรอะหนูขอโทษท่านผู้ชมคะเมื่อสักครู่ที่ผ่านมาเราได้รับรายงานข่าวจากนักข่าวในพื้นที่ว่ามีฝูงชนคลุ้มคลั่งเป็นจำนวนมากเนื่องจากการกลับมาของ Ragnarok Origin ค่ะ
เฮ้ยทุกคนครับ Ragnarok Origin เปิดให้เล่นแล้วนะครับ
ท่านคะท่านมีความคิดเห็นอย่างไรกับสถานการณ์เกมในตอนนี้คะ
ผมจะแบนเกมทุกเกมให้หมดไปเพราะผมเชื่อว่าเกมเป็นเรื่องที่ไร้สาระผมจะแบนเกมทุกเกมในประเทศไทย
ท่านครับเกมRagnarokกลับมาแล้วครับเกมRagnarokกลับมาแล้วครับเกมRagnarokกลับมาแล้วครับ
คนครับ Ragnarok Origin เปิดให้เล่นแล้วนะครับ
ถ้าเชื่อมั่นในตัวเองพรุ่งนี้เราจะต้องรวยพรุ่งนี้เราต้องพรุ่งนี้เราต้องพรุ่งนี้เราต้องพรุ่งนี้เราต้อง
โหลด ROO 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 โหลด ROO
โหลด ROO
โหลด ROO โหลด ROO โหลด ROO โหลด ROO โหลด ROO โหลด ROO โหลด ROO โหลด ROO โหลด ROO โหลด ROO
ทุกคนครับ Ragnarok Origin เปิดให้เล่นแล้วนะครับ
Introducing the Odin Cup in Ragnarok Origin, a redefined GVG tournament that embodies the spirit of passion and honor. Adventurers gear up for an exhilarating journey in pursuit of your dreams. The Odin Cup centers around the in-game Guild League as its core gameplay. Through strategic guild battles, the tournament aims to identify the strongest guild across the entire server. The event unfolds in 3 stages: Guild League, 32-16 eliminations, and the Grand Finals. During the Guild League phase, guilds in Glorious Moon, Shining Stars, Platinum, Gold, Silver, Bronze ranks compete in intra-server matches. 8 guilds in Bright Sun rank will participate in cross-server Guild League, with 4 servers as a group for a total of 32 guilds in cross-server matchups. After each week's matches, guilds accumulate summit points based on their rank and performance. The top 8 guilds in each division, determined by accumulated summit points, advance to the 32-16 eliminations. In the 32-16 eliminations, guilds are ranked from 1 to 32 based on the points earned in the cross-server matches. We use a single elimination format, meaning that guilds compete head-to-head and the loser is eliminated. The matching follows a simple rule: 1 faces 32, 2 faces 31, 3 faces 30, and so on. This continues until we have the top 4 guilds that will advance to the Grand Finals. In the Grand Finals, the semifinals follow a best-of-3, BO3, single elimination format. The championship match, determining the ultimate winner, follows a best-of-5, BO5, single elimination format. Who will emerge as the ultimate guild? Let's wait and find out! Excitingly, the tournament rewards have been upgraded, featuring more virtual items, event titles, exclusive mounts, limited edition championship rings, and trophies. It's time to embark on a new journey in Ragnarok Origin. Let's fight for our dreams together!
Get ready for 2024 with Ragnarok Origin tournaments leveling up in style. 4 exciting events that'll keep your battles raging. Odin Cup, a spectacle of fervor, honor, and grandeur. 150 versus 150 Guild League gameplay, where teamwork and tactics collide in epic combat. The Champion Guild receives exclusive rewards, including the Champion Mount, the customized honor ring, and the prestigious event trophy. Valkyrie Cup focuses on fair competition, a competition with 5 versus 5 team clashes. Dish the power stakes, pick your favorite character, and let the games begin. Everyone's invited. And we're even taking the party offline to cities near you. Cash prizes are up for grabs. Thor Cup, 10 versus 10 showdowns. Each guild can be split into 2 teams of 5. Pick your map and let the band and big games begin. And now our first World Championship. Valhalla is the pinnacle of ROO tournaments. The best guilds worldwide are gearing up for ultimate clash. Offline events, crazy competition, and the quest for the mightiest guild on the planet. Who's gonna take the crown? Stay tuned! It's gotta be legendary!
showed up in this game. This thrill won't fade away. See us step in the spot, shining like VVS rose. Another one bites the dust, making my adrenaline rush. My crown will never rot, 'cause I'll ignite the flames of new life. The glory is always by your side. Our faith will never collide. Through the dark night, there's always a light, always a sign, showing that we will win this fight.
When you feel like everything's dead and in, so hard to stand, the whole world's like a prank. Keep taking an L, everything's in vain. You feel so powerless with your bare hands. Speak it out even when your voice shaking, 'cause we'll make it. Our sense be groundbreaking. We'll be the blockbuster of the season for the sake of freedom. Keep dreaming, compete for the dreams till they retreat. Put on some speed till you hit the beat. Keep moving forward even when your heart's bleeding. Y'all know we're ready to glass ceiling. Believe it, hang on for victory. Write a new chapter of history. Don't let anyone define your limit. Sometimes a loss has a lot of meaning in it. Now I'm a loaded gun with a lot of ammo. Fragile like a bomb, don't crush my ego. Expand the scope, I'm ready for war, 'cause fantasy doesn't excite me anymore.
'Cause I'll ignite the flames of new life. The glory is always by your side. Our faith will never collide. Through the dark night, there's always a light, always a sign, showing that we will win this fight. Win this fight. To collapse, to fall, to break, but always come back stronger.
I'm feeling alive again, my lungs and pupils dilate.
Kneel down to fate, to be the one who conquers.
No one can take away our power and our faith.
'Cause I'll
Compete for the dreams till they retreat. Put on some speed till you hit the peak. Keep moving forward even when your heart's bleeding. You'll know when we're bringing glass ceiling. Believe it, hang on for victory. Write a new chapter of history. Don't let anyone find your limit. Sometimes a loss has a lot of meaning. It doesn't want a loaded gun with a lot of ammo. Fragile like a bomb, don't crush my ego. Expand the scope, I'm ready for war, 'cause fantasy doesn't excite me anymore. When we raise our voices together, filling the void. Trust your gut, then bear the harm. Show 'em who's the GOAT.
โอ้ทำไมขายแพงจังอะลุง3 ลูก 50ป่ะ
ไม่ได้มันแพงปุ๋ยแพงค่าแรงแพงสารพัดแพง
นะลุงนะลุงลุงเป็นไรอะเดี๋ยวหนูซื้อ100ก็ได้ไม่เป็นไรเฮ้ยลุงเป็นอะไรอะหนูขอโทษ
ท่านผู้ชมคะเมื่อสักครู่ที่ผ่านมาเราได้รับรายงานข่าวจากนักข่าวในพื้นที่ว่ามีฝูงชนคลุ้มคลั่งเป็นจำนวนมากเนื่องจากการกลับมาของ Ragnarok Origin ค่ะ
เฮ้ยทุกคนครับ Ragnarok Origin เปิดให้เล่นแล้วนะครับ
ท่านคะ ท่านมีความคิดเห็นอย่างไรกับสถานการณ์เกมในตอนนี้คะ
ผมจะแบนเกมทุกเกมให้หมดไป เพราะผมเชื่อว่าเกมเป็นเรื่องที่ไร้สาระ ผมจะแบนเกมทุกเกมในประเทศไทย
ท่านครับเกมRagnarokกลับมาแล้วครับเกมRagnarokกลับมาแล้วครับเกมRagnarokกลับมาแล้วครับ
อยากเล่นเกมอยากเล่นเกม
ทุกคนครับ Ragnarok Origin เปิดให้เล่นแล้วนะครับ
ถ้า有เชื่อมั่นในตัวเอง พรุ่งนี้เราจะต้องรวยพรุ่งนี้เราดูพรุ่งนี้เราดูพรุ่งนี้เราดูพรุ่งนี้เราดู
โหลด ROO 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 โหลด ROO
ทุกคนครับ Ragnarok Origin เปิดให้เล่นแล้วนะครับ
Introducing the Odin Cup in Ragnarok Origin, a redefined GVG tournament that embodies the spirit of passion and honor. Adventurers gear up for an exhilarating journey in pursuit of your dreams. The Odin Cup centers around the in-game Guild League as its core gameplay. Through strategic guild battles, the tournament aims to identify the strongest guild across the entire server. The event unfolds in 3 stages: Guild League, 32-16 eliminations, and the Grand Finals. During the Guild League phase, guilds in Glorious Moon, Shining Stars, Platinum, Gold, Silver, Bronze ranks compete in intra-server matches. 8 guilds in Bright Sun rank will participate in cross-server Guild League, with 4 servers as a group for a total of 32 guilds in cross-server matchups. After each week's matches, guilds accumulate summit points based on their rank and performance. The top 8 guilds in each division, determined by accumulated summit points, advance to the 32 to 16 eliminations. In the 32 to 16 eliminations, guilds are ranked from 1 to 32 based on the points earned in the cross-server matches. We use a single elimination format, meaning that guilds compete head-to-head and the loser is eliminated. The matching follows a simple rule. 1 faces 32, 2 faces 31, 3 faces 30, and so on. This continues until we have the top 4 guilds that will advance to the Grand Finals. In the Grand Finals, the semifinals follow a best-of-3, BO3, single elimination format. The championship match, determining the ultimate winner, follows a best-of-5, BO5, single elimination format. Who will emerge as the ultimate guild? Let's wait and find out! Excitingly, the tournament rewards have been upgraded, featuring more virtual items, event titles, exclusive mounts, limited edition championship rings, and trophies. It's time to embark on a new journey in Ragnarok Origin. Let's fight for our dreams together!
Get ready for 2024 with Ragnarok of Rage and tournaments leveling up in style. 4 exciting events that'll keep your battles raging. Odin Cup, a spectacle of fervor, honor, and grandeur. 150 versus 150 Guild League gameplay, where teamwork and tactics collide in epic combat. The Champion Guild receives exclusive rewards, including the Champion Mount, the customized honor ring, and the prestigious event trophy. Valkyrie Cup focuses on fair competition, a competition with 5 versus 5 team clashes. Dish the power stakes, pick your favorite character, and let the games begin. Everyone's invited. And we're even taking the party offline to cities near you. Cash prizes are up for grabs. Thor Cup, 10 versus 10 showdowns. Each guild can be split into 2 teams of 5. Pick your map and let the ban and pick games begin. And now our first World Championship. Valhalla is the pinnacle of ROO tournaments. The best guilds worldwide are gearing up for Ultimate Clash. Offline events, crazy competition, and the quest for the mightiest guild on the planet. Who's gonna take the crown? Stay tuned! It's gonna be legendary!
I'm feeling alive again. My vessel's dilate. All the enemies start to pray, start to escape. No one can take away our power and our faith. Once we showed up in this game, this thrill won't fade away. See us step in the spot, shining like VVS bronze. Another one bites the dust, making my adrenaline 'Cause I'll ignite the flames of new life. Your glory is always by your side. Our faith will never collide. Through the dark night, there's always a light, always a sign, showing that we will win this fight.
When you feel like everything's dead and in, so hard to stand, the whole world's like a prank. Keep taking an L, everything's in vain. You feel so powerless with your bare hands. Speak it out even when your voice shaking, cause we'll make it. Our steps be groundbreaking. We'll be the blockbuster of the season for the sake of freedom. Keep dreaming, compete for the dreams till they retreat. Put on some speed till you hit the beat. Keep moving forward even when your heart's bleeding. Y'all know where we're really glass ceiling. Believe it, hang on for victory. Write a new chapter of history. Don't let anyone define your limit. Sometimes the loss has a lot of meaning in it. Now I'm a loaded gun with a lot of ammo. Fragile like a bomb, don't crush my ego. Expand the scope, I'm ready for war. Cause fantasy doesn't excite me anymore.
'Cause I'll ignite the flames of new life. Your glory is always by your side. Our faith will never collide. Through the dark night, there's always a light, always a sign, showing that we will win this fight. Win this fight. To collapse, to fall, to break, but always come back stronger.
I'm feeling alive again, my lungs and pupils dilate.
Kneel down to fate, to be the one who conquers.
No one can take away our power and our faith.
'Cause I'll
Compete for the dreams till they retreat. Put on some speed till you hit the peak. Keep moving forward even when your heart's bleeding. You'll know when we're bringing that ceiling. Believe it, hang on for victory. Write a new chapter of history. Don't let anyone find your limit. Sometimes the loss has a lot of meaning. It has a loaded gun with a lot of ammo. Fragile like a bomb, don't crush my ego. Expand the scope, I'm ready for war. Cause fantasy doesn't excite me anymore. When we raise our voices together, filling the void. Trust your gut, then bear the harm. Show them who's the GOAT.
ไมขายแพงจังอะลุง3 ลูก 50ป่ะ
ไม่ได้มันแพงปุ๋ยแพงค่าแรงแพงสารพัดแพง
นะลุงนะลุงลุงเป็นไรอะเดี๋ยวหนูซื้อ100ก็ได้ไม่เป็นไรเฮ้ยลุงเป็นอะไรอะหนูขอโทษ
ท่านผู้ชมคะเมื่อสักครู่ที่ผ่านมา เราได้รับรายงานข่าวจากนักข่าวในพื้นที่ว่ามีฝูงชนคลุ้มคลั่งเป็นจำนวนมาก เนื่องจากการกลับมาของแร็กนาร็อกออริจินค่ะ
เฮ้ยทุกคนครับ Ragnarok Origin เปิดให้เล่นแล้วนะครับ
Good evening, guys, and welcome to the live broadcast of the semi-finals of the second Southeast Asia Odin Cup in Ragnarok Origin. It's very good to see you back again after we saw the champion of the season 1 Odin Cup last year. And this is Abigail, your caster, and of course, I'm gonna be partnered with Zero. Hi!
Yeah, it's great to be back, everyone, and we are here once again, season 2 of the Odin Cup for the Ragnarok Online Origin Southeast Asia, and it has been a blast so far. I mean, it has been a long wait as well, Abigail. I mean, the last time we finished, we saw Rise coming up as the champion, and this time they have much more competition in this round.
Especially talking about today, we're going to have several matches, and we're not only going to show what is the matches in Southeast Asia, but we're going to go further, especially in Asia server. So I want to see the example from the live chat. So please just drop your support in here, especially to the servers that you're rooting for, because we're going to live every single matches today, and we're going to see on this top 4 stage who will be proceeded to the top 4.
Yep, absolutely. There's so much action for RO happening today. Definitely, this is the place you want to be. So make sure you get all your friends, guildmates, family, neighbors, all here on this stream, and join me and Abigail as we're going to be able to witness history in the making once again. And Abigail, there's so many things that has changed since the first season. There's introduction of third jobs already in the game. A new class, the Doram, is now in the pool, and the meta has just changed so much.
Yeah, I really love the way the meta changed, really different with the season 1, and especially the composition. And talking about the new classes and also the new jobs, Doram, as we mentioned before, is taking a good place in the meta currently, because it's a very versatile class. As you can put her as a damage, or maybe as a support, or a full debuff or a full buff, and it is really good for the meta itself. And I really love the way the meta shifts to every single classes, at least not only providing damage but also providing supports in certain way.
Absolutely, it just makes the gameplay very fluid. It allows players to be able to express themselves the best they can. They can play classes that they enjoy, and also be able to contribute to their guild being successful. So that's what we're gonna see from the 8 guilds here in the Southeast Asia Odin Cup. There's gonna be a lot of action, a lot of interesting compositions. I mean, if you guys were watching for the round of 32 and the round of 16, you will have seen a lot of new metas being forming as we go by of the Odin Cup as well. So it's gonna be exciting to see what all these guilds have prepared for the round of 8, because it's been almost a week since the round of 16 ended. So it's plenty of time for these guilds to really prepare and make sure that they bring out the best to contest their opponents.
Indeed. And also, I want to inform to every single big guardians and adventures here to join our official discourse, because our discourse will always give you massively and very handsomely rewarding rewards for you. So you need to post something on our official discourse, and especially if you can take a look at the screen, the hashtags with the the muscle Odin Cup _ cheer up channel using the following format. You need to put your IGN, UID, server name, your favorite team, and your cheer. So make sure you don't forget your UID or type it wrong, because you need to post using the above format to get a participant reward containing the gadget get 1, Dead Branch 2, Bloody Branch. And I want to mention as well that this only for one account, so you can't just double claim it.
Yep, and not to mention also 50 lucky participants with their, with well-written messages of support will also have a chance to get 1 rare card album, 1,000 diamonds, and also a White Swan mount. So definitely you want to be able to showcase your creativity as well as show your support to the guilds, whether in your server or in another server. If you've been fans of that guild, this is the time to showcase your creativity and also support to those guilds.
Yeah, because stand-up messages might even get a shout-out during the live broadcast, so make sure you give a very good cheer to the team that you're rooting for. Maybe I will give some tips, like messages need to follow the format to be valid, so make sure the format is correct. And two, the standout cheers should be heartfelt and at least 50 words long. So don't make it short. Just, express your support to them. And rewards will be distributed within 10 business days after the event's conclusion. So don't ask for the next day, where's my rewards? Because it will be distributed after 10 days after this event over. And supportive content must honor the spirit of fair play and cultural respect. So make sure the content of your message or your cheer is not violating the community guidelines.
Yep, of course, you want to be supportive, but also be respectful to all the players and all the participants joining here in the Odin Cup. And if you are already in the official RO Discord, you can also claim your additional gift codes for the Odin Cup Season 2. You need to have the adventurer role, so all you need to do is get that role in the Discord and then go to the Odin Cup free gifts channel, tap on that money sign, and you're able to get a gift code which allows you to redeem 1 gacha ticket, 1 card coupon, 180 diamonds, and 15 Zenny chests. And that Zenny chest is something I really need right now because I've been upgrading my cards quite a bit and I'm out of Zenny. So great time for this for all the players to be able to get.
Yeah, but you need to remember something, that this event is available until May 4th, so make sure you claim the rewards before the due date. And each account, again, can only be redeemed once, so please claim your gift and activate it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be expired and you didn't receive anything.
Yeah, it's only the code only lasts for 15 minutes. So when you're ready, you're logged into your account, then you click on the claim code button, or else you will lose the code. So make sure you're ready to redeem it and claim it in game before you click on it and get those rewards for yourself.
And of course, Ragnarok Origin always give you lots of redeem codes. So make sure you stay tuned with us until the end of the stream, because we'll distribute another redeem code. And that's not only one redeem code, but maybe 2 or 3, or I don't know. But one thing for sure, we'll give you a redeem code with a very handsome reward.
Yeah, definitely. If you guys were here for the season 1 of the Odin Cup, you know that the rewards are worth watching the stream with us, as well as cheering on for your favorite team. So definitely stay with us as long as you can to watch all the matches. It's going to be exciting. We're going to have a lot of great matches happening today as well as next week. So this is going to be the history in making, because we will be finding out today who are the first 2 teams in Southeast Asia to move on to the top 4. It's going to be opening up with Majestic going up against Frontera 1 and Frontera 8 versus Laughing Talong to finish up the day.
Yeah, and it's very interesting matches, to be honest, and especially about the first one, Majestic versus Frontera 1, because from the information that I got, Majestic is below the power of Frontera 1, but still Majestic is kind of strong after, having a very solid player, which is a Solitary Kid and Viz as the RK and Warlock, and also they're beating Radicals, which is the larger participant, and Soul Society, the one, the guild that pretty famous in Indonesia. Talking about the Frontera 8 is widely known as the former capital city of Ragnarok Origin. I mean, like, this is kind of a local jokes in Indonesia, because the champion of the season 1 is from Morok 7. The originally Morok 8, but they're merged, so they're currently Morok 7. So that's why we call it, the new capital city and the old capital city. But still, Frontera 8 holds a very strong community in Indonesia, and especially talking about the Frontera 8, they just merged 3 big guilds, which is Home, Wija, and Mana.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of servers are putting a lot of emphasis on being able to represent their server the best. That's why they're gathering the best of the best, all in one guild. That's what happened to Frontera 1 as well. It's a merge between Legends, who were the finalists in the last season, and OS System, the second strongest guild in their server. So these guilds really want to be able to represent their server and go as far as they can in the Odin Cup. And the first matchup, like you said, Majestic is slightly weaker than in raw power compared to Frontera 1, but Majestic has a lot of experience under their belt. They have players that made it quite far in the previous Odin Cup. You have Corazon, you have Zuga, and they definitely bring a lot of experience and be able to provide a lot of insight for the upcoming matches.
Yeah, I agree about that. And also, we're talking about Lohin Talon too, the representative from Portera 10. At least they have the two key players, which is the Talon Hudaks and Reiji as the MVP. And they're definitely the Filipino guild. So I think we have 3 regions today, which is Indonesia and also the Thailand representative and also the Philippines. And it's going very exciting, especially talking about the first match. If you talk about the Frontier 1, especially the joint forces between Legends and also the OS system. Previously on the finals at the Odin Cup Season 1, Legends did not do well. And I believe what they brought here, especially on the second season, they want to show off to us what they just, transform and evolve.
Yep, absolutely. They want, their revenge in this Odin Cup. That's why, they are giving it. They are all Taskwalker, Snowflake P, Mumia Wolf, and the rest. They were so close to be able to win it all. Unfortunately, Rise was the better guild on the day itself. So this is their redemption arc here for the players from Legends and also for Frontera 1 as a whole. This is the first server in Ragnarok Online Origins Southeast Asia, Frontera 1, and they want to be able to showcase that they are the best guild, and this is their efforts put in, the weeks of practice, as well as strategizing, preparing for this moment, and they just need to get through 2 more guilds before moving on to the finals.
Yeah, especially, as a representative from the oldest server in Ragnarok region, it must be Holler Pride. But I would like to say hello again to the participant in our live stream. So you can just drop hi, and I hope you guys are in a good condition and a very happy mood to watch this tournament, because we're still preparing for the first map. And also talking about the meta currently, I'd really love to talk about how the Paladin was left behind and it changed to the spot for Royal Knight and also Royal Guard, but Warlock always have a spot in meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Warlock's just currently the strongest magical DPS you can bring to the table here in ROO. And like you said, the meta, because of the introduction of all the new classes, the new expanded classes, third jobs is a huge difference maker for a lot of classes. In the previous Odin Cup season, for Season 1, Warlocks were mostly supportive. They were there to provide crowd control, they were there to freeze, to stun with the Meteor Storm, to slow with the graph fields, things like that. But, after the introduction of third jobs, Warlock just got a huge damage boost. They're so strong in single target bursting, and that's why you're seeing so many Warlocks here currently in the Odin Cup. Doram's the latest class, that deals a lot of physical damage, and being a different size and race compared to the other demi-human and mediums it does give them a slight advantage, because you can only defend against one sort of class at once. So it creates a lot of strategies you have to craft around, like who's going to be focusing on killing Dorams, who's going to be focusing on killing on normal players, and that creates such a interesting synergy between the rest of your teammates, that it can't just be everyone just wear a Tara Frog card and it's going to be enough, because you need to take care of more than one angle right now.
Yeah, and talking about Doram, yes, Doram is the cutest yet the deadliest, but it is not that impossible to kill Doram, because as far as I know, Assassin and also Ranger, although these 2 kind of classes is sort of left behind, but they're still very effective to kill Doram.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Rangers, they have a passive called Beast Bane, which allows them to deal 20% more damage to the Dorams, and not to mention they also have, they're not a very popular class, and because of the limitations that most players have in their Nebula path, they would often choose to have lower levels or completely ignore the anti-ranger sort node. So that gives them advantage, and that's why you also see so many guilds right now. They're running high-powered rangers to provide one range DPS that's really good against against warlocks, and also they are really good in killing Dorams as well.
Yeah, nice point. Because talking about Rangers is very suitable to beat Warlocks, which very related to this meta. I mean, like the current meta is pretty much heavy to Royal Knight and also the Warlock. So you need a very solid burst damage and a sort of a DPS, a perfect DPS to beat them. And especially you need to face Warlock from long range. So you don't really want to put the Royal Guard or Royal Knight in front of the Warlocks. Otherwise they will be got shut down by the crowd control or the damage. And I mean like the combat damage is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, and also just being the natural counter to these classes with using male classes. That's what Rune Knights and Royal Guards are. They're male classes and they're naturally countered by Warlocks. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see how they balance their entire composition to cover all their bases.
And here we go. This is our first live stream redeem code. This is the right time to use your finger to redeem it. And make sure you claim your rewards because we're going to give you one rare card coupon, one gacha ticket, and also one Deviluchi voucher. And this is not only the redeem code that we will have here. We're going to give you another one with a bigger reward. So make sure you still stay tuned with us until the end of the stream. And also, maybe join our discussion talking about the meta and especially preparing for the first match, which is between Majestic against a Frontera 1. And it's very exciting to see the Frontera 1 is really willing to beat every single guild in Southeast Asia because, as one of the oldest guilds from the oldest server, and especially the very first server in Ragnarok Origin, they were beaten to 3-0 by Rise last year, and I'm really sure coming back again in second season, they wouldn't want to score the same fate again.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, their redemption arc. It is the time for them to shine. They weren't as prepared as their opponents in the first season, so this time, they made sure they had everything prepared. They had, they prepared all the strategies. They practiced. They understood their opponents, and it is their time to show all their hard work because they made it so far right now in the top 8, and they want to go all the way to have their potential rematch against Rise in the finals.
Yeah, potentially, because as long as I remember, the bracket between these two guilds is it's on the outside, so it's pretty much possible for them to meet again. And also talking about these matches, and after the first match, we're going to proceed to the second, which is the Frontera 8 versus Lohim Talong. These two guilds also, have a very strong community, especially in the region. And it's talking about the Frontera 8, they're originally home, and after they joined forces with the three big guilds in Frontera 8, they decided to, hold a glory for the names. And I just love to make a joke about the old capital city.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've come. Frontera 8 also wants to have a better showing. They didn't come with their full strength in the previous Odin Cup. Their server was kind of split up between Mana and Home and Ouija, but this time, they have gathered everyone they can that is ready to fight here in the Odin Cup. That's them. As the second match of the day, it is going to be Frontera 8 going up against Laughing Talong. And Laughing Talong is one of the guilds that we don't really see much or talk about. They are from Frontera 10, and they're kind of one of the more forgotten servers. They didn't qualify for the last Odin Cup as well, so this is their first time in the Odin Cup, and it's going to be they're one of the dark horses of this entire tournament right now in terms of what they can show, the strategies that we're showing, and they've made it so far to the top 8. That means they are no slouches. They are someone that we have to watch out for.
Yeah, I agree with that, and especially talking about the previous year, especially the Filipino representative, they didn't do well because we only have the Thailand, also the Indonesia
yeah.
as the representative for the finalists. But we would love to see the underdog, and especially talking about last year, the trivia is there only one guild, although I forgot the name. Oh, even they're slightly weaker than the opponent, they managed to beat them, and it is very beautiful to watch it. But as I mentioned before, as we mentioned before, for those who give a very beautiful cheer to the guilds, we will you have a chance to be featured in this live stream, and this is the first one to Soul Society. Their first match against Frontier 1 turned me into a fan. Frontier 1 had a slight advantage during the first half, but the Soul Society managed to turn the tides when they successfully killed the Owl Baron. Brandis Wolf is a beast rocking with 280 kills. Hopefully you can climb up further in this tourney. Good luck from Down Tempo. Thank you, Down Tempo. Although the Soul Society just dropped to the top 16 and didn't manage to get on top 8, but I really love the way he mentioned Fenris Wolf as the very first MVP, and this score that he scored is wow, amazing. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
280 kills, 4 deaths, and more than 300 aces.
Yeah, that was one of the matches I've watched as well. That match that Soul Society did against Frontera 1. That was just so close. It was one of the matches I was watching, and it was anybody's game until the end. And it was definitely down to Fenris Wolf to hold down the fort and be able to carry his entire guild to the next round. So thank you, like Abigail said, thank you so much, Down Tempo. And if you are sharing your positive messages and showing your support to the rest of the teams that you're supporting in the Discord, this is definitely a way that you can show your support and for us to be able to appreciate your messages as well.
Yeah, and also we're going to spread more rewards for you, not only the redeem code, but I'll give you a little bit of speed of the tea that we're going to have a lucky draw for you guys, but I need you guys to know that I will only give the prize for the good guys only. So for those who keep spreading hate, I wouldn't give the prize for you. I will look only for the good guys. So make sure you spread the positivity instead of the negativity.
Yep, absolutely. It is, it is time to show, spread the positivity. Like Abigail said, everybody likes to see great messages, supportive messages, and it gives them a morale boost. It gives the entire guild, not just one player, but the entire guild, warmth in the heart, knowing that hey, someone else is out there cheering for us. Let's do our best, and regardless if we win or lose, that we know that we've given our best to our fans, for everyone watching, and that is a reward on its own, being able to showcase to the world what you are capable of.
Yeah, but we have another cheer up for Rise, and it's from Akiro Misaki. Cower in fear and tremble before the king. Rise will rise greater even more with the new variety power. Third job for Odin Cup Season 2, nothing can defeat the Rise supremacy. As expected from our former Odin Cup Season 1 championship, their reign will dominate and conquer others on the battlefield. Yeah, I think to have a title of the champion from the previous tournament, it's sort of a burden, but it's also a pride at the same time. But still, thank you, Akira Misaki, for the good words.
Yeah, that was just so well written. It gave me goosebumps when you read it out. I mean, Akira Misaki definitely, was able to capture his message, being able to support the guild, and also make everyone fear Rise. They are in the top 8 right now. They're looking to move on to the top 4 and once again to the finals to defend their crown. And they are one of the favorites to win the whole thing for a reason. They never lost a single Guild League match in the Summit rankings for this season, because they are just so well prepared, because they are just a cut above the rest, and definitely appreciate, Akira Misaki. This is a very well written message, and really showing the support to our defending champions.
Yes, and also we would very love to see will the defending champion can hold the throne, or Rise will be the throne. It will be, you know, an interesting storyline in this season 2 if Rise dethroned from the throne.
Oh, definitely. It is the storyline. It is the story that we want to see this season. You know, can Rise defend their throne, or will a new king rise above the rest and make it and claim Odin Cup Season 2 for their own? I mean, if you have been claiming the rewards every day in Frontera, you know, talking to the Odin Cup ring, you have been seeing Rise for the longest of time. But you know, maybe after next week we might have someone new. We don't know, because it's all up to the performance of the day to see which guild is going to be better from their opponents.
Yeah, and also talking about Rise, the thing that I remember is the way they changed the name, and it's so hard for us to read or you know just which one is player A or B or C. But let's take a look onto the guild introduction for the first match, which is Majestic and also Frontera 1. We mentioned it before, the Majestic is slightly weaker than Frontera 1, but we would love to see, you know, the strategy that Majestic will bring to us, and also how Frontera 1 will execute the Majestic. So it's very interesting to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a 8 million power total difference being led there by Frontera 1. And you know, Frontera 1 is the #1 seed from the Summit ranking, so they are definitely up against a rock here for the side of Majestic. But they're not too far behind. Nothing that, you know, some interesting movements and strategies can allow them to alleviate. But from what we've seen from the previous Odin Cup is that, you know, that these Thai guilds have really great strategies and movement, and Majestic has to really pull a rabbit out of the hat to be able to beat Frontera 1 here.
Oh, I agree with that, because Thailand is widely known as a very aggressive rotator. They always move back and forth to each talent very aggressively and very quick. And you know, I always want to give them kudos for this strength. I mean, like to allocate and also distribute your players to every single talent consistently and in a very high speed is, you know, it's very hard and a difficult task for the commander as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just a mess trying to coordinate that many people. But you know, these Tigers, they have a hive mind. They know, they like when the commander says something, they know that, hey, we follow this, and you know, he's gonna lead us to victory. And that is, you know, the strength of these Thai guilds in the history of Ragnarok Online. They've just been really coordinated as one group. But let's take a look at, you know, the top 5 players from both these guilds, see what sort of power they are packing in their lineup. And here we have, for the side of Majestic, Solitary Kin, V's, Corazon, Zuge, and Birkon Lakarn.
Yeah, most of them are very, you know, familiar names, like especially Solitary Kin, with WTS Chuka, and Birkon Lakarn. Corazon is also a very familiar name, but V's and Solitary Kin is top 2, and especially the key player as well from Majestic, because they scored as the MVP. But talking about the passive distribution, I still saw lots of, you know, Rune Knight and also Warlock, because that's the meta of the Odin Cup Season 2.
Yeah, you need these both these classes, Warlock to provide the damage, the Elemental Sphere, and of course the Rune Knights to be able to frontline. But for the side of Frontera 1, we have Taz Walker, Snowfei P, Mu Miao Wolf, Jean Go, as well as their Warlock in the #4 rankings.
Yeah, the Warlock on the #5 rankings. But I'm alternating my Thai language first. Oh, it's supposed to be Sorbum Haklong if I spell it correctly. I'm a genius.
Yeah, our pronunciation might not be perfect, but we are trying, guys. It's not an easy language. Yeah, but my friend told me it has a funny meaning behind it, but it's a pretty long explanation. So I'll leave it to, you know, the Thai fans who are watching on stream right now to explain what Sorbum Hakong actually means.
Yeah, but to be honest, I really love the top 5 players from Frontera 1 because it's very versatile classes. You have Rune Knight, you have the Assassin, you have the the archers, and you have you also have the Doram and Warlock.
Yep.
Although we didn't see the Archbishop, my favorite one, but still, to have a very solid top 5 players with different classes, it will be give another guilds a warn that you should take a look to Frontera 1. How will they play this game?
Yeah, absolutely. It's it is going to be important for the match, upcoming match. A well-balanced guild composition, and it all comes down to how the management team, the leaders of each guild, and how they are able to craft their main battlefield and sub-battlefield lineup. And it falls under the hands of, for the side of Majestic, La, Corazon, Birkon Lakarn, Camaro, as well as
Mateo, I think. Matthew, I think.
Charisma Baby.
Yeah, Charisma Baby, my favorite. And finally, after a year, I can see another Charisma Baby, and it's a very cute one, Archbishop.
Yeah,
And I
definitely.
really love the way one guild put a dancer, a very beautiful dancer, as the Charisma Baby. And I also remember there was a paladin as a Charisma Baby, though.
Yeah, the name was something Queen from.
Yeah, something cool.
Yeah, it was like a very fierce name, but as the Charisma Baby. And here we have, for the side of Frontera 1, 312 OS as the Guild Master, Mumia Wolf, Task Walker, Bong Bong as the second Guild Master and Vice Guild Master, and of course the Charisma Baby Marty as well.
Yes, Charisma Baby. Yeah, I wouldn't look to another master players. I only look to Charisma Baby. My eyes always on Charisma Babies.
That's the only thing you care about, Abigail.
Yeah. That's the only thing that I care about. I don't care about, the Guild Master, Vice Guild Master, Commanders. I don't care. I only care which Charisma Baby is the cutest, especially on the second season. And maybe in the future, Odin Cup should, give a reward for the cutest Charisma Baby. Maybe
that would be nice.
Charisma Baby.
Yeah, I mean, just a little fashion contest is something we haven't really had for the game itself. So that would be a breath of fresh air for sure. But here, these players will not be fighting with cosmetics because that's not what's important here. They are going to fight with their equipment and power to see who will be stronger than the other. And Abby, it's almost time. We're about to head into the battlefield, and this is all in the pride and glory here. Majestic, they're not wearing the new Nidhogg costume, but they are still in the Avatar and Skogu Blessing sets.
Of course, a very elegant and a very solid furniture, and also the wardrobe that they had. But I'm really interested to see how this first match will goes on, because we barely know what Frontera 1 had in their pocket, to be honest.
Oh yeah, it's they that they're a guild with a lot of tricks in their bag. That whatever they're showcasing is not going to be the only strategy they have. They have a lot of things planned out in terms of strategy and movement, and that's why they're one of the favorites to win this entire thing. At the moment, Frontera 1, the cooperation, the teamwork between OS System and Legends, two of the strongest guilds in their entire Summit division. Division A, OS System, and Legends were top 3. Legends were number 1, OS System was top 3 throughout the entire season. And when you have two such strong guilds in the division in the same server, that when they are working together, they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and the lovely thing about this top 8 is you're not going to do the best of 1 series, but instead it's a best of 3 series. So in case you lose to the first match, you still have another chance on the second game. But for teams who scored down to 2-0, I'm sorry, you need to give up. Talking about the composition, especially the current meta, I would love to see how many warlocks and how many rune knights will be placed in the composition, and especially talking about the second layer of the front line, which is a mechanic, and also the archbishop, and how many guillotine cross or maybe the rangers will be put it on the comms.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be important. You don't want too many rangers, you don't want too many rune knights, you don't want too many dorams. There has to be a fine balance, just based on your entire guild's composition. And you not only have to care about your own composition, you have to think about how your opponent will put their main lineup and how your lineup is supposed to play against them as well. So a lot of the mind games going on, and because it's very hard to know what sort of team composition your opponent is going to bring. That's why these best of threes are going to be so interesting to watch, because both these guilds, they're able to adapt after the first round. Even if they lost, they know that, hey, they have a lot of dorams, let's bring in more rangers, let's bring in more assassins, and that will give them the edge if the opponents don't change their lineup in the second round. So these best of threes are going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah, and I think the ideal composition for Rune Knight and also Warlock is like maybe 20 or maybe 30. 30 for Warlock and 20 for Rune Knight. A little bit of mechanic weren't hurt because they provide the debuffs, also damage reduction to the opponent, and also stuns them as the second layer. They kind of the same thing. Also to have a very solid crowd control from Warlocks will be very helpful, especially if you want to do the stronghold on each tablet.
Yeah, absolutely. It is like you said, every class has its role here in this Odin Cup, and it's going to come down to how the guild commanders and leaders, how they balance what they need in the specific matchup and how they will work against their opponents. So I mean, the first game is going to be a feeler. It's gonna be information that your opponent is going to be giving you, and also you giving your opponent. So I definitely see the guild who has a little bit more strategies under their belt being able to take the upper hand in a longer series.
Oh yeah, I agree about that, because normally in Best of Three series, first game is always testing the water. You need to know what the opponent will bring on the table, and you can decide which one of the strategy that you have in the pocket to be taken out from the pocket itself. And also for the second game, this is going to be a sudden death for those who are left behind. So either you want to empty your pocket or you just want to go by.
Yeah, absolutely. It's for like you said, for the teams who lost in the first game, you are facing elimination. That's when things are a bit more scary for your team. Some guilds might feel that that's not the perfect time to experiment or showcase something new. But hey, when your backs are against the wall, when you have nothing to lose, maybe that's when you showcase your full strength, and maybe that's when you bring your full power, your strategies, your secret strategies, your ace up your sleeve. And you need to be able to have something in the bag to be able to beat your opponents, because it's going to be a tough road to the grand finals here in the Odin Cup Season 2. And it all started from the summit ranking all up the way up to the top 32, the top 16. And right now we're in the top 8. First match of the top 8. Majestic going up against Frontera 1 to find out who will be moving on to the semifinals.
Nice! And let's drop a supportive messages for these two participants, which is Majestic and also Frontier 1. And also we're going to see what will Majestic do, because they're in the in a weaker spot. The power of Majestic is slightly weaker than Frontier 1, so we would love to see what will they bring to the table. I mean they can do a very solid rotation, or maybe force Frontier 1 to over-rotate, which is a very good thing to do. And the first game momentum, especially the first second after the first game started, will play a very important role for Majestic to keep up the tempo.
Yep, absolutely. First game sets the tempo for the entire series. And, just looking at their logos, I mean, Frontera 1 has a sick logo there. The dragon, Frontera 1 representing Thailand. Of course, they have been a force to be reckoned with for the longest of time, and they are going to continue to be, the vanguards, along with their other compatriots from Pantera F4 as well. If you guys don't know, they were called out F4 in the previous season. They have made it to the top 8 so far, but that will be tomorrow's story, because the story right now, Abigail, it's Majestic against Frontera 1, and whoever wins the first match is gonna have a commanding lead in this series.
Yeah, and also a boost morale to, you know, escalate the second game even faster. So, I mean, on the second game must be a very, you know, a very strict and tight mental games between these two guilds, especially talking about the Majestic and Frontera 1, but we are going to start in the, you know, several minutes. So make sure you guys on the live stream, you can drop some good messages and, you know, just give them the support. Whether you want to support Majestic or Frontera 1, just drop the message and maybe you will get a chance to be featured, because we will love to see positive vibes on the live chat, because we're going to prepare for the first game, and the preparation time left is still, you know, below 5 minutes, so they still have several minutes to observe and scout around the area in this map, which team, which part of this Frontera 1 or Majestic side will need to be warned off.
Yep, absolutely. Knowing is half the battle here in this matchup. So they need to be able to prepare for what their opponents are doing, position themselves in a way that, you know, gives them a better advantage. That's exactly what, you know, both these guilds are doing, scouting things out, seeing if there's any last minute changes in terms of composition. You know, the mounts themselves will give away how many rune knights there are. The size of the sprites will tell you how many Dorams they're bringing in. Sure, you cannot change your lineup after this preparation time, during this preparation time, but you can have a look at what their composition is going to be, and, you know, execute your strategy depending on that information. So this 3 minutes is not just there to chill out for both these guilds. They need to gather as much information as quickly as they can and bring them to whoever's leading the guild to come up with a game plan.
Yeah, and also compose the strategy, because the first time momentum of the first game after the game start is a very important part. If you successfully keep the two tablets, it will give you an advantage. But if you only had one tablet after the game start, it will give you only half position, because the opponent team will have a chance to, you know, to push you to the corner and take back the third tablet.
Yep, absolutely. It is a huge tempo lead if you always hold on to two tablets. You know that you can always trade tablets and still be in the lead in terms of the points. So we've seen last season, you know, teams being able to break the tempo with delaying their opponents or just defending well. So this is definitely something that we have to look out for in these matches. It's not just always about kills and raw power. A lot of movement strategies do come into play, especially in such a close match like this. So it's gonna be the difference maker, I feel, in this specific matchup.
But if you take a look at the mini maps, one of them is going to try to split their players and take two tablets at the same time. So and the defending team will need to prepare something in the future, and especially talking about the first game that will start soon. After they taken the first tablet, what will they do next? Because if you cannot get the two tablets at the same time, you will, you know, slowly dying.
Yeah, it's 10 points every 10 seconds. It does stack up, especially if you just keep trading tablets. So like you said, it's important to get two at the start, but, you know, if you fail to get two at the start, it's not the end of the world. There's always pressure you can do across the map to try and allow you to regain that advantage. So it's going to come down to how both these guilds are able to move across the map. But, you know, it's almost about to start here, Abby. 1 minute before we head into the action, and we are starting to see movements being made across the map to position themselves to capture tablets.
Yup, most of the players are on their position, and only 1 minute left. I usually use this 1 minute left to make sure everyone know what they need to do, because the opening in this game, the momentum is play a very important role.
Yep.
So you don't want to miss every single move, and especially on the start of the game.
Yeah, for me, I usually just spend the last minute telling jokes to keep everyone's spirits up, to keep their morale high, because they know that once the action starts, it's gonna be very hectic, it's gonna be very stressful, but you want to make sure everyone's feeling good about themselves, and when you're playing in a good mood, you tend to be able to perform better. So whatever these guilds plan to do in the last minute is all going to boil down to how the performance is going to do in the first match of this Best of 3 series as we head down into the battlefield. Frontera 1 facing up against Majestic. Majestic on the green and Frontera 1 on the orange is going to be one heck of a series.
Yeah, and the game is start now. The tablet is now being taken. 2 for Majestic and 1 from Frontera 1. It's a very solid movement from Frontera 1, but Majestic just outplayed them on the very first start of the game. But still, Frontera 1 trying to move back again and taking back the tablets. Majestic took over, but still, Majestic do a very solid stronghold on the tablet.
Yeah, great start here for Majestic, and Frontera 1 actually losing in terms of kills. This is actually huge. The secondary battlefield is in a huge favor here to the side of Majestic. That's gonna give them a big lead in terms of just the buffs. Getting the damage reduction buff is going to even out the odds quite considerably here for the side of Majestic. And as we can see, Frontera 1 trying to overtake the star tablet. Can they really lock it down? Looks like they will get it past half. But here comes the members from the side of Majestic. They're pushing them out. Looks like Frontera 1 is getting their front lines completely wiped, and looks like it will be Majestic being able to hold on to the star tablet.
Well, I think that star tablet movement is just a bait for Frontera 1 to get a hold on the moon tablet, so they can hold a very strong hold on these 2 tablets. But Majestic seems like to, already knew what happened from the Frontera 1 side, and they took again the moon tablet very quickly. And this will give Frontera 1 in a very tough position, because first, they're lacking buffs, and second, they're lacking in tablets, and each player from Frontera 1, I don't know why, but their player distribution is kind of crackling.
Yeah, it is looking rather interesting here for both sides, but here we have the star tablet being contested, and I think the colors are flipped here, Abby. I think Frontera 1 is the green and Majestic is the red, because in terms of the numbers, we see Frontera 1 still having the numbers in these tablets. So I think just a small error there. It does make things a bit confusing, but yeah, to clear things out, it is Frontera 1 on the green, and it is Majestic on the red.
The orange.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's switch the storyline where the Majestic is in a very tough position, because the Frontera 1 just sort of outplayed them and didn't give them a single chance to have 2 tablets at the same time, or at least for a long time. And talking about the Frontera 1, they already scored the maximum buff, so it makes them move easily, fight easily, and rotate easily, and took down Majestic players easily too.
Yeah, it's not a huge lead right now, only 400, but the secondary battlefield is just a different story here. As Frontera 1 has been able to control everything, but right now Majestic able to secure 2 tablets, so that's going to give them a little bit of a breathing room before the first minion wave spawns. Does give them a slight advantage for now, and if they are able to contest this moon tablet, we do see them making a beeline here already. But Moon Wolf already in the thick of things. Sniping shot build on this ranger is going to be able to snipe people from such a far range, and he's doing so much damage, being protected by all his members as well.
And I really love the way those warlocks from Frontera 1 do their job, because they always cut the rotation from Majestic from the two areas and the 2 directions, and they put a comment for them. So they want to make sure Majestic, after being caught up by Frontera 1, they couldn't move and they will swept away.
Yeah, Frontera 1 still gathering around this moon tablet for some reason. Not sure what their next plan is going to be. Looks very interesting that they're not trying to contest the side tablets. Instead, they're trying to just get kills here in the spawn while also holding on to the moon tablet, which they currently do have control of before the minion spawn. So maybe they're really putting a lot of emphasis here in this moon tablet, making sure that they have control over this area before the minion spawn. This must be some form of strategy here, because this is Frontera 1 we're talking about. They know what they're doing, and they're not camping here for no reason. There is definitely a underlying strategy of why they're staying here still in the Moon Tablet.
Yeah, and I also really love to see how players from Frontera 1, although they want to do the stronghold, they consistently move to everywhere to make sure every single player from Majestic didn't have their way into the tablets. And although the Majestic hold the 2 tablets, but still, Frontera 1 moved very quickly, lift 1 tablet, and to put all of their forces to take back the tablets.
Now, minions are about to spawn in 7 seconds. This is where the terminal wings are going to be dropped. So let's see the minion count spawning in 1 here. Oh, a lot being taken there by Frontera, by Majestic. So that actually evened out the score quite a bit. The difference was 600. Now it's only 400. And Majestic was able to really close things out, being able to control nearly all the minion spawn, I think. And that's going to give them a lot of breathing room to be able to come back into this game.
Although they have a small breathing room, they need to be concerned about the buff that they're lacking off. They even didn't score one
Not a single
buff.
one.
Not a single buff that they have, and also the bombardment from the Frontera 1 is way too strong for Majestic to taken care of. But still, they're trying their best to score kills and you know, reducing the Frontera's points, which is happening. Because as you can see, the difference between these 2 guilds is not that big. 2,100 against 1,700.
Yeah, it's just the Owl Baron difference at the moment. And you know, when it comes down to the Owl Baron, it comes down to a lot of single target damage that you have. And it can go either way, depending on how well prepared you are and just some luck involved. And you know, Frontera 1, I'm not sure if their strategy is going to work out, because they're still trying to hold on to 1 tablet for some reason. And that is allowing Majestic to keep the score in check. They're not too far in terms of the difference. Only 400 separating both these guilds. Sure, the secondary battlefield is a mess here for Majestic, but at least in the primary battlefield, it seems like they are holding their own for the moment.
Yeah, but to be honest, to hold only one tablet, it will force Majestic to over-rotate at the same time. But still, you know, it is going to be a lot of work for Frontera 1 to keep holding the Moon Tablet, but I can see they're moving to the Sun Tablet, because the Sun Tablet now is moving and every single player from Majestic is now pushed down to the corner.
Yep, and right now we see the first movement here from Frontera 1. They're trying to capture the Sun Tablet. There's not going to be any defense, it seems, and it's going to be a lockdown here for Frontera, locking on the Sun Tablet, and now they can move towards Moon to defend just in time as well. Not too early, wait for the flip, and then recapture it from that point on, giving them an extra 50 points. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Or is Majestic able to overpower them here? No, looks like Frontera 1 is able to force them out of this Moon Tablet and recapture it for themselves.
Yeah, and I really love to see how the players from Frontera 1 move like a door. I mean, like they open and close, and they're opening, widely open their formation. And once they want to take down players from Majestic, they, you know, getting closer again for each player to take down the players, and they move wide again to make sure the zoning space is always on their side.
Yep, absolutely, really beautiful micro movements. This isn't even like an entire guild movement. It's more of individual positionings synced up with the rest of your guild. You gather when you need to, but you split up when you don't want to get hit by crowd control. So really well done here from the side of Frontera 1. They're leading by 700 right now, just opening the gap a little bit more. Majestic trying to capture the Moon Tablet, but very quickly being recaptured here from the side of Frontera 1. And they just can't stand these tablets. The firepower from Frontera 1 is just way too much. And it all comes down just to the secondary battlefield. I mean, look at that difference. It's 24,000 for Frontera 1 and Majestic only having 600 points in the secondary battlefield.
Oh, look at that scary comments here. I mean, like, this is a disaster for Majestic, to be honest, but I really love the way Majestic didn't hold their mortal back. They still try to fight back, and also I really love the way they're consistently trying to make Frontera 1 over-rotating, although it is not going to happen, but Majestic do a really well. I really love their durability.
Yeah, they're holding on. They sent a distraction on the other side, and it was able to lock down the Sun tablet for themselves. So still keeping themselves a little bit in the game. It's 800 difference for the moment, but if Majestic is able to get the Owl Baron, that will even things out quite considerably, and that might be the difference maker that they need. We see here Solitary Kin really doing a lot of damage for his team. You know, it's a 900k Warlock here. He's going to be able to chew through anyone except, you know, for the top players from the side of Frontera 1. Snowf AP is going to be trying to deal with him. But here on the Star Tablet, it is going to be attempted here from the side of Majestic, but no, defended here from the side of Frontera 1. Will they rotate to Moon in time though? Is this going to be the focus? Because Owl Baron is spawning in another 10 seconds or so. And I'm very sure that, you know, Frontera 1 is more than happy to give up a tablet to secure the Owl Baron.
Of course, because the amount it is, you know, just unacceptable for to exchange a tablet to Owl Baron minus 500 against of minus 50, and the Owl Baron is already secured by Frontera, talking about the positioning, and they already blocked the enter side for Majestic to come to the Owl Baron, so they want to make sure the Owl Baron is going to be on their palm.
Absolutely, the Oblivions being casted at the entrances just created such a funnel that Majestic not being there early wasn't able to move in, and because of that, that's going to be a huge lead being secured here from the side of Frontera 1 as they will take the first game of this best of 3 series.
Yes, the first game, but still there's still, you know, a sort of a little bit live from Majestic before the game ends, and the Frontera just want to secure the winning very flawlessly, although, you know, Majestic still trying to hold their breath with the very small amount of point, and finally the point goes down to 0, so Frontera won allegedly the first game.
Yeah, secondary battlefield just too huge here for the side of Frontera 1. You know, 24,000 to less than 1,000. That means you don't even have a single commander. You don't have a single buff from the secondary battlefield. That's gonna come off huge here. Frontera 1, known to be one of the scariest guilds in this season 2, shows their strength here in the first game of this best of 3 series, and they will lead for now.
Yeah, but I would love to give a kudos to Majestic as well, because consider they didn't have any buff, any single buff. I mean, they still managed to push Frontera to below 2,000 is very good, and the way they always consistently push Frontera to over rotating, so they have the chance to take over the 2 tablets at the same time. It's a really nice strategy too. But maybe on the second game, this will give Majestic a very hard, you know, task, because they need to consider about the secondary map, because they're very it is just escalated very quickly by Frontera 1. They secured the first buff less than 1 minute.
Yeah, the first buff is definitely the most important one. You know, just the damage reduction. 30% damage reduction is huge in the primary battlefield, and you know, Frontera 1 being able to secure that early allowed them to really snowball their positions, and they weren't even trying to flip the tablets. They were, you know, just holding on to the Moon tablet for the longest of time, and you know, making sure that they keep getting kills just to keep that gap alive. And you know, Frontera 1, we know them to be the stronger guild in terms of power, and it looks like in terms of movement as well, because the secondary battlefield was just pretty one-sided there, going to the Thai guild.
Yeah, I think the storyline for the first game will be different if Majestic can, you know, at least get the second tier of buff. Now I believe that will happen. But
Yeah.
let's see on the second game. But I would love to talk about the key players from Frontera 1, especially the Task Worker and the Tsuke, because these 2 players play a very good role on killing every single player from Majestic, so they move out from the tablets, and also I'm kind of questioning why, you know, Frontera 1 decided to hold on 1 tablet only. But as far as I know, that's kind of mindset that you need to put on your opponent to over rotating. So I believe they already noticed that their opponent, which is Majestic, is always move around here and there, so they want to shut it down. They want to cut the rotation.
Yeah, really well done there. You know, despite them having the the strength advantage. They didn't really underestimate their opponents. They were just playing to win towards the end, and that's going to help them in this series. Right now, they're leading 1-0. You know, things can change. Majestic might have something to bring out of the board here, but if you look at the post-game stats here, Frontera 1 really leading by every single metric out there in terms of total damage, morale, 800 kills almost to the 126 being taken there by Frontera 5. And the monsters were pretty close. Like we were talking about how Majestic really played well in the first minion spawn, but the Owl Baron secured the deal here, and not being able to hold on to any tablets really made their life very difficult.
Yeah, and we don't really have much thing to explain in the secondary because it's just a total mastery for Majestic. Talking about the secondary map because to reach 24k score in the secondary map while your opponents only scored 600, it is a big gap. I mean, a big gap.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, not even getting the first tier of the morale buff definitely is one of the biggest things that you need to keep in check, right? Just the 30% damage reduction. Not even talking about move speed, not even talking about anything else. Just the 30% damage reduction that you get from the first passive buff from the secondary battlefield. You need to secure that regardless of the situation. You need to strategize to even if you're slower, you need to eventually reach that point, because if not, then you're just going to get slaughtered, as we did see Majestic. They weren't able to contest the Moon Tablet at all, and they had to rely on just pressuring on the offside, pressuring on the weak side, trying to trick Frontera 1 from moving somewhere else. But if you have that first tier buff, you're able to stand your ground better, and that might allow you to contest tablets better.
Yeah, and also I want to mention about the Frontera 1 Doram because I believe I see it well that their Doram is creating a massive chaos to Majestic rotation because each time Majestic want to move, there always a Doram and summon their paths and move away to another spot and then summon again and move again and summon again. That's just what Doram do. And Majestic seems having a very hard time to recollect or maybe relocate their rotation or each players to create a harmonization to their rotation. And also the match test for secondary, as we mentioned before, it's a very big gap because the moral score for Frontera 1 is 24k, while on the other hand, Majestic only scored 600, and the kills is wow. It is so painful to watch 1,706 against 36 kills.
Yeah, it is such a huge difference here in the secondary battlefield, and something that Majestic has to fix, something that they need to look out for in this next upcoming match for them to stand a chance to win. Because without the secondary battlefield, it's one of the most underlooked things in the entire Guild League format, is that you need to be able to have that secondary battlefield on a lock. The buffs are important, the commander skills are also important, and without them, it's gonna be very hard for your team to fight.
Yeah, Majestic need to take the time to evaluate what happened on the first one, especially on the secondary map, because although you lose on the second game, to have at least one buff will very helpful for you. And I believe if you have at least 2 buff for Majestic side, the storyline will be different. But let's take a look at the MVP of the first game, which is Taskworker, the key player from Frontera 1.
Yeah, Taskworker MVP here, 273 million damage. And that's expected from him, right? Like very experienced player who was previously an assassin, but right now he's playing the Rune Knight. He knows the importance of somebody strong playing in the front lines, being able to be the one that leads the charge. And that's exactly what he is, leading the charge in terms of damage and kills. And also, this is Snowfay P with the highest points for the side of Frontera 1. 106 kills, 374 assists, and really being able to get to those squishier backlines, really playing his role very well.
Yeah, a very stronghold, and especially talking about the tablet that they captured, and it was a moon tablet. The moon tablet they Frontera 1 hold is is a very solid one, and
Yep.
creating a big gap between the rotation for Majestic. So I think for the second game, Frontier 1 could do the same thing, but for Majestic, there will be a lot of things to evaluate it.
Absolutely. There's a lot of changes that they have to do to allow them to potentially bring this to a game number 3. It's going to be tough for sure in terms of just their power alone. They are behind. They are not as strong as their opponents. But there's always some things you can change to allow your guild to be able to even out the odds a little bit. And I think all of that will need to start from the secondary battlefield. Trying to secure the first tier buff regardless of whatever happens is something that they really need to prioritize for the next upcoming match, or else if not, this is as far as they can go. Top 8 of the Odin Cup. Definitely they are looking to go further, but hey, it's still a great achievement regardless.
Yeah, and also to be in top 8, it means you already defeat 100 skills. Because we're talking about all of the servers in Ragnarok Origin who joined the Ragnarok Odin Cup that is on the second season. But talking about the Majestic versus Frontier 1, I couldn't say this is a David versus Goliath match, because the difference between them is just a slightly low. I mean, like it's just a small amount between 80, 60, and against 100. But still, I really love the way Majestic still can, put some damage, put a lot of damage to Frontier 1, although it is still kind of one-sided, but not a total one-sided at all.
Yeah, I think they definitely have a chance to be able to beat their opponents. It's not like you said, not completely one-sided. Definitely they have avenues they can try and explore to be able to make the match even closer. So let's see if they are able to adapt in time, because this is their tournament lives at stake here. This is they need to be able to hold on. If not, this is where Frontera 1 is going to move on to the top 4.
Yes, and before we enter the second game, I would like to inform to all of the adventurers in here to don't forget to like this live stream, because I've seen a lot of people watching but not give a like to this live stream, and not to mention about the prize that we will give to you guys, especially the redeem code and the live draw which will help, will give you thousands of diamonds. I mean, this is 1,000 diamonds, and I will only give it to the good guys in the comment section. So please be nice in the comment section, otherwise you wouldn't get any prize from me.
Yeah, definitely. Abigail does not tolerate any sort of hate. You just have to be positive vibes for all the players. That is why they are able to perform at their very best, knowing that they have your support, and they know that they have something to fight for. And that's what you want to show to your teams, regardless if it's Frontera 1 or Majestic or Frontera 8 or Laughing Talon or Rise or any other guilds participating here in the Odin Cup. They want to see something positive, something to lift their spirits up, something to fight for, and that's what Abigail is going to be rewarding.
Yeah, so if you want rewards, be nice. Haha.
Yeah.
I really love that. I really love that. And talking about the second game, I want to know what will Majestic do. I mean, like, this is the very last chance for them to have a longer breath if they want to proceed to the third game and win this series, because otherwise they will just drop off as the top 8 on the second season of Odin Cup. So they need to empty their pocket. I mean, like, not only talking about the secondary map that they are already crushed from the start by Frontera 1, but I still want to give them a kudo for escalating the main map pretty well, because they still kind of make Frontera 1 have to move back and forth to every single tablets, and also need to creating a very good and solid formation, so Majestic couldn't enter the tablets. And for me, considering the weaker side from Frontera 1, it's a very good job to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, making them work for the win definitely is what you want to see. That means that you're able to bring it to them, force them to make errors, and who knows, a little bit more, and that might give Majestic a better chance, because this is their do or die moment here in the Odin Cup Season 2. They have one last life remaining. They cannot lose anywhere else, because if they do, they will be eliminated. But when the back's against the wall, that is when you're scariest, and this is where Majestic is going to try their very best to beat one of the favorites of this entire tournament, Frontera 1, going up against Majestic here in the second game of this best of 3 series.
Yes, will Majestic can score 1 point against Frontera 1, or is it going to be a clean sweep from Frontera 1 against Majestic? So give your support to, whether it is Frontera 1 or Majestic. Yeah, I only need your positive vibes, so make sure you comment, give a cheat up, or maybe just give a shout out to your guild or servers. I mean, like anything positive.
Yep, regardless if your guilds are competing here in the Odin Cup or not, definitely this is something you wanna showcase to everyone. Be proud of your guild, be proud of your server, shout them out, show some love. If it's someone's birthday, share it with everyone so that we can share in the happiness as well. This is the Odin Cup Season 2, first day of the top 8, and it is going to be a very interesting day, as we're gonna have much more fantastic matches after this as well.
Yes, but please be honest with me, David. Which side you're rooting for? Is it the Frontera 1 or Majestic?
It's tough. I mean, I've always been a fan of Frontera 1 since the first season, because they have been able to showcase a lot of great movement and strategies. So I don't think that has changed in this case, and they are looking like they should be in a good position to move on to the top 4.
Well, to be honest, during my research for this Odin Cup, I kind of rooting for Majestic, to be honest.
Okay.
I just love the way they move, and I always love a guild who has a very aggressive and solid rotation. I just love to see, because to have a very solid rotation and you can move back and forth steadily, consistently, and with a very fast pace, it is really hard for the commander. So I would love to know behind the bar, behind the management of the Majestic, and how they distribute the commands to each players to create that movement.
Yeah, communication definitely key in a lot of the victories and battles that all these guilds have, and Majestic will need to be able to make sure that that is on point here, because this is their last life here, essentially, in the Odin Cup. 3 minutes before the second match starts, we do see Frontera 1 already really getting around across the map, making sure that they get all the information they can on the movements from the side of Majestic, and that is going to play a very important role in the fight to come.
Yep, and this is the final preparation for Majestic to at least score 1 point against Frontera 1 and force us to move to the game 3. And this is going to be very, give Frontera 1 sort of a burden, whether they can escalate the game very quickly with 2-0, or they will face down to the third game.
Yep, absolutely. It all comes down to this. Any adjustments that they made during this period of break, because it will be the difference maker, whether they will move on or they will finish off here in the top 8. That is still an achievement on its own, but definitely both these guilds are looking to go even further to better represent their server and their guild as a whole. So Majestic, this is where they need to bring out their best. They need to bring out every strategy they have to give them a chance against Frontera 1.
Yes, only 1 minute and 30 seconds left for Majestic to compose what they will need to do. And this is the last chance for them to evaluate and at least make sure which one the strategy is perfect to beat Frontera 1. And while on the other hand, Frontera 1 is the defending side with 1 point ahead from Majestic. So they just need to do what they did in the first game, make sure there's nothing a big mistake happen on their side.
Yep, they just need to, like you said, do what they did. You know, if something's not broken, why try and fix it? And you know, Frontera 1, they just need to be able to adapt to any changes that Majestic will bring out in this second game of the series, because they are one step away. They are one win away from moving on to the top 4 to be able to go to attempt once again to challenge the Kings, to challenge the throne. And they need to lock this game down here. But you know, if Majestic is able to throw a wrench in their plans, that could change. That could be a different outcome here. But we'll only see in 30 seconds on how this match will start, because Majestic back against the wall. This is their time to shine. This is where they want to bring out everything they have if they want to beat Frontera 1.
Yeah, less than 20 seconds before we start this second game. Again and again, I wouldn't be tired to inform you guys to give a shout out to these two guilds, which is the Frontera 1 and Majestic. Give your support, give your love, and this is it. The game already start, and the tablet is now moved to Frontera 1, 2 tablets and Moon and Star tablet, while Majestic on the other hand already secured the first tablet, which is the Sun, and I think they're going to move to another tablet. But will Frontera 1 let that happen? I don't think so, because you know, the stronghold from Frontera 1 is pretty solid. They block the answer from Majestic.
Yeah, that Oblivion on the middle being able to slow them down in terms of their rotations, and Frontera 1 is once again just gather around in the Moon Tablet for now. Taskwalker already up to 5 kills, and it's an early quick lead here from the side of the Thai Guild, as they are also reaching these first tier buff very, very soon. They will get it in 150 points more, and that will allow them to have a little bit more survivability in the main battlefield. But here we do see Majestic trying to contest the Star tablet, and will Frontera 1 give that up? It looks like they are more than happy to give that up for the moment. They're just really holding on to this Moon tablet.
Yeah, it's very much the same with what happened on the first game. And talking about the secondary map, it's also pretty much the same too, because the Frontera 1 already secured the first buff, while on the other hand, Majestic still find a hard way to secure at least one buff. And Want to Sell Chuka is, you know, making his way to enter to the Majestic rotation and caught every single player in front of him. But I don't see Frontera 1 trying to move to another tablet or at least retaking. They just want to PK the Majestic players.
Yeah, this is something that, you know, Majestic can actually abuse here, knowing that your opponents aren't rotating. You know that if you just hold on to your tablets, you are able to get the lead eventually. So if they just stay on the tablets, they can force the rotations from Frontera 1. They don't have to really focus on the Moon tablet. Instead, they can really just stay chill on the sides, wait for Frontera 1 to move, and then you react. And I think that's exactly what they're doing. But here, Frontera 1 really quick movements, going straight towards the Moon tablet, trying to lock that in. No, they will not be able to get that in time, and still Majestic leading in terms of the tablets, and that allows Majestic to really close the gap right now. Only 50-point difference, much better round, much better game here in this second series. Second game of the series.
And if you see the points from the secondary map between Majestic and Frontera 1 is kind of stuck, and Majestic didn't score any higher number from 590, while on the other hand Frontera 1 seems doesn't really care again about the secondary map, because on the first game they scored 8,000 buff real quick, but this one they only trying to get the first buff and they focus on PK the Majestic. And the move from Frontera 1 is kind of pretty much solid. They just want to get one tablet at the same time. They trying to PK the Majestic players, and Majestic players seems on the good hand, because they always keep maintain to have 2 tablets at the same time, and makes Frontera 1 slowly dying.
Yeah, definitely keeping the points even for now. Great adjustment here for Majestic. Not really forcing the issue here, trying to capture other tablets, mainly just gathering as the entire guild on one tablet, defending it the best they can. And then when they see Frontera 1 move in, that's when they move out and capture on the sides. And that's exactly what Majestic is doing. They're more than happy to trade right now, because they are not that far behind. And as long as they get a favorable trade every single time with 2 tablets in their favor, they should keep the lead very close, and it all comes down to the minions later on. So here we see Majestic capturing the Sun. They're moving back to defend the Star.
Wow.
And actually defend the Moon as well. This is good movement from Majestic, really cutting things off here from Pantera 1, and they might lose control of all 3 tablets depending on how they decide to move later on. Star tablet is slowly being relocked. The Moon tablet in danger as well. Is this Majestic going to be able to capture all 3 tablets? Star will be captured, and Moon as well. Right now, Majestic has the lead.
Oh my god, that was a splendid move from Majestic. And they finally succeed to make Frontier 1 over rotating. That now they didn't have any single tablet, but yeah, now they're having the Sun tablet. And are these tablets going to be contested? I think so, because the movement from Majestic players is kind of solid from now on, although they didn't have any buff. But they need to be, pretty cautious about the buff that Frontera 1 scored. It is a second buff, so they now have a very better movement speed, and it will put a Majestic on the hard time, because the moment Frontera 1 wants to move, it will give Majestic hard time, because Task Worker is already scored 40 kills, and it will give Majestic on a hard time too. And Frontera 1, although they're kind of living behind in terms of the points, Majestic slowly dying too.
Minions have spawned, and looks like Majestic once again, they did a great job in the first minion spawn. They did the same here as well, and they are leading by 120 points at the moment. That's huge here for Majestic. This is the comeback that we were hoping to see here from the Pantera 5 guild, and they are currently in the lead. They're trying to take the Sun tablet. Where is Pantera 1 moving? Looks like they're moving on the opposite side. Trading the tablets once again is going to favor the side of Majestic. They are still leading at the moment, and that's going to give them an advantage, because Pantera 1, they need to rotate halfway across the map, but that's not going to make it in time, because the Sun tablet will be locked in. The Star tablet is going to be recaptured here. This is going to be huge if Majestic is able to relock that and hold on to Moon tablet as well. That's going to give them a huge lead going in towards the Owl Baron.
This is very interesting to see how Frontera 1 over rotating to every single tablet. And also, not to mention, their movement is kind of weird, because their rotation is kind of cut off by the Majestic, and Majestic seem to have a very good time here, because they're in the Odin side and they're exhausting every single tablet pretty well. And Frontera 1 finally have a hard time to enter every single tablet, and once they capture the tablet, although it's a very good threat to trade one tablet to another one, Majestic wants to take it back, and they always got it.
Yep, absolutely. It's up to a 300-point lead right now for Majestic. This is what we want to see, right, Abby? This is a fighting spirit being shown here from the side of Majestic as they drop Frontera 1 down to 1,679 points at the moment. But right now, I think Frontera 1 is getting serious. They're trying to capture both the side tablets and the Moon tablet as well. And they will capture both of the side tablets and will be working on towards the Moon tablet. Majestic, can they hold on to their final stronghold in the map at the moment?
Yeah, this is a comeback from Frontera 1, and Majestic seems to, on the other side, they're trying to compose their rotation again. But I think the score from Frontera 1 is, going up to follow what Majestic did. But on the other hand, Majestic still trying to get a hold again, and they secured 2 tablets at the same time. But Frontera 1 didn't want to give the Moon tablet this spot, the center of the rotation of this Odin Cup. And it's not going to be happen to Majestic to hold 2 tablets, because Frontera 1 denied it.
The Moon tablet though is being reflipped here. Majestic going back in. It's still too early for the Owlbear rotation. So where is Pantera 1 going? They're losing all 3 side tablets once again. Are they? Now we're gonna look at the secondary battlefield, waiting for the Baphomet to spawn. This is the final commander buff. There's a lot of heavy focus here. Pantera 1 definitely wants to secure this at the moment. It's gonna spawn in 2 seconds, and doesn't look like Majestic is going to try and contest this. They immediately destroy, we just bring down the Baphomet right away, and that means that they get additional commander skill in the main battlefield as well. So still, Majestic is really keeping things up there in the primary battlefields, holding on to 3 tablets right now. So I don't know what Pantera 1 is doing. They're not really contesting tablets. They're not gathering S5. This is something that maybe they're trying to practice playing from behind. Maybe this is a strategy for them to be able to get a little bit more the Doram Voyage tickets for themselves, playing all 3 games. I don't know. But I don't think Pantera 1 is... I think this is definitely something that they've planned out, because we've seen them just roll over Majestic in the first game. And sure, Majestic is moving a lot better in this second game, but it feels like Frontera 1 is just holding back for the moment.
Yeah, and I to be honest, I also on the same boat with you. Why Frontera 1 didn't contest any single tablets while they can? This court the buffs. I mean, they have every single buff in the secondary map. Well, Majestic didn't have any buff at all, and the points between them is going to be differ a lot more. I mean, like a 1,700 against 1,100. It is creating a huge gap between them. And finally, Frontera 1 make their way into the Moon Tablet, and they have successfully captured the Moon Tablet. This is going to be a very good start for Frontera 1, and they move to another tablet.
Now they're preparing for the Owl Baron, which is going to spawn in 10 more seconds. So you can see a lot of Frontera members are already here split up, making sure that they don't get caught out by a single frozen world. 5 seconds, this is where they start dropping the skills. Apotheosis being used here, Apoclesis as well, and the Owl Baron will spawn. It's going to go to the way of Frontera 1. So that even things out here in terms of the score. 900 to 900 right now. Frontera 1 still slightly behind, but definitely the score is much closer compared to earlier on. So maybe this is where Frontera 1 puts the pedal to the metal and try and win this game from behind.
But the problem is not end here by killing the Owl Baron, because the tablets now already moved to the Majestic side, and Frontera didn't have every single one, and they're just trying to PK everyone here and there without noticing that they're kind of slowly dying, because the 3 tablets from Majestic creating a space and losing points gradually to Frontera 1.
Yep, 200 point lead right now for Majestic, not insurmountable. I mean, if you are able to capture 2 tablets, you can definitely make this game your own here from the side of Frontera 1. But I think it comes down to whether they're actually serious about trying to win here, because you can see they're gathering outside the tablets here for Frontera 1. They're not trying to contest tablets. They're not trying to really force the issue. And looks like right now they want to secure the Sun tablet. And it's not too late yet. It's still a 300 point lead, about 600 left to play. And if they are able to secure things, this is definitely the way that Frontera 1 is able to come back in this game.
Yeah, and they almost captured the Star Tablet. At least they're trying to contest it, but it has not happened because Majestic already allocated players and they've left the Moon Tablet empty. But I think Majestic is sort of over-rotating at this point, because they always move consistently from Star and the Moon back and forth, while on the other hand Frontera 1 is trying to make Majestic rotation is at the limit.
Yep, they secure the Star. They're running towards Sun right now, trying to force them out, but looks like all the power of Majestic is gathered and towards the Sun tablet. Can they contest it in time? No, they cannot. So that's going to be a 50 point lead, 100 point lead difference between both these guilds right now. And Frontera 1 looking like they want to clean house. That's all the members moving here towards the Sun tablet, trying to really force them out, get kills. 100 kills already for Taskmaster. 100 score difference right now, and Frontera 1 does have the lead in terms of the tablets. But it's getting close here, Abby. I mean, 80 point difference. Can they catch up?
Yeah, I think they can catch up if they can keep the 2 tablets at the same time and keep PKing the players outside the tablet. But Majestic didn't want to lose this game, so they're trying to contest the Star tablet, which is happening. And the Moon tablet now is moving to on Majestic side. So the point difference between the Frontera 1 and Majestic is already close, but Frontera 1 doesn't want to contest every single tablet, and they want to just PK every single player from Majestic, which is kind of weird for me to see that.
Yeah, this is a little bit unexpected coming from Frontera 1. So not sure what their grand plan is, allowing Majestic to keep things this close, and despite not having any single commander buff, they are down by 200 at the moment. Surely they are trying to force this to a game 3. Majestic definitely moved better, not taking anything away from Majestic. They definitely performed better in this round, but this is there has to be a deeper explanation for Frontera 1. They're not contesting tablets. They're chilling around at the Owl Baron spawn at the moment.
Oh my god. I think we're going to see the third game because I don't think Frontier 1 wants this game and easily by clean sweep 2-0. So, you know, to see they didn't contest every single tablet is already weird. And to see them, you know, laying their bodies on our girl spot is even more weird.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, 170 points left remaining here for Frontera 1. They are trying to contest Moon right now. Are they... Okay, something that could make sense is they're trying to practice playing from behind, right? Securing, giving away less kills while also coming back from a 400-point deficit. I mean, if they come back from this, you know, that is going to come down to them moving better towards the later stages of the game. But it's getting too close right now. 93 points left remaining here for Frontera 1. 420 left for Majestic. If they are able to secure all 3 tablets, perhaps they have a chance to hold the 4th here, but it's looking really unlikely as only 78 points left remaining for Frontera 1. Every 10 seconds is 10 points taken away because they have the Sun tablet in control of the side of Majestic. So 64 points, that's only 60 seconds. They're only 1 minute difference will end the game for them, and it's going to be tough here for Frontera 1 to try and come back from this if they do not capture the Sun tablet.
No, to be honest, to see how the points from Frontera 1 reduced compared to Majestic is kind of scary, to be honest. So if I'm not mistaken, to count this, 1 point from Frontera 1 is valued, can be valued to at least 50 points from Majestic. And you can see, we're talking about the 90 points left from Frontera 1 and Majestic currently on the almost 500 points. And now you can see that 18 against 180. It's a very... To be honest, this one is very scary, but I don't know why Frontera 1 didn't want to claim this game by 2-0 and proceeded to the 3rd game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Majestic being able to force this to game number 3 is going to be a very unexpected result, to say the least. Definitely not what we were expecting there, especially after the dismantling from the side of Majestic in game number 1. The dismantling of Majestic by Frontera 1 in game number 1. So it's a definitely surprising to see, you know, Majestic going to game number 3. They have one more chance here in the Season 2 Odin Cup to fight for top 4.
Yeah, but to be honest, if the Frontera 1 really trying this new strategy, I'm able to play from behind, playing from the outside the tablets and letting the enemies taking the 3 tablets at the same time, and let's see how the points from the enemies will reduce by only PK and, you know, by collecting buffs from secondary map. For me, I think it can be happened, but the time that they throw away the game is just too much. Because I can see this kind of strategy can work against a Majestic, but considering the time that they, you know, not contesting every single tablet and not creating a good tempo on their side is just making this kind of hard for them. And also, they already got the formula at the end of the 2nd game, but still, there's so many flaws in this kind of strategy, and it is type of a risky moves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, like they're not. Especially it's in this sort of stage, right? This is the top 8 of the Odin Cup. If you're pulling something, a strategy that involves you losing, is gonna be very risky, because what if, you know, Majestic change things once again, something unexpected in the next match, and you're not able to adapt, and suddenly you're out of the Odin Cup because, you know, you try to bring something different to the table. So here it's looking rather tough. For Majestic, but you know, Frontera 1, if they make one mistake, I definitely see Majestic being able to make an upset in the series.
Yeah, but still, I really love to see the Majestic trying their best on their 2nd game. Although they didn't score better damage or moral, but still, I mean, the way they rotate to every single tablet and contest every single tablet that Frontera 1 take back is just so fascinating to see. But Frontera 1, considering the status in here, you know, if only Frontera 1 didn't waste lots of time in the early game, I believe this already become 2-0 for Frontera 1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have one more game to be able to lock things down here for Pantera 1. So yeah, it is with their dominance in the secondary battlefield, they've always been able to get the buffs ahead of their opponents. And even in this game, you can see they are still ahead in terms of kills, but instead they allowed their score to slowly bleed away with giving Majestic the side tablets. So maybe this is a longer game for them. They're not trying to win this game by itself, but they're trying to also win the entire tournament. So one reason I can see is getting the additional rewards from the Crimson Cats Voyage Week. You know, playing 3 Guild League unlocks you a little bit more tickets than you normally would, and because there's no Guild League happening, and this is one but the Odin Cup does count as a Guild League. This is one of their ways to give themselves a very slight edge. Not a big difference, but who knows, that small difference could be what they need to win the entire thing. So might be the long game being played here by Frontera 1, but you know, it's always scary to see these sort of strategies being played in such a high stakes match.
Yeah, but still, considering the Majestic did sort of better than the first game, Frontera 1 is just, I mean, like, it's a big question mark for Frontera 1. I mean, considering the statistics, considering their power, how they escalate the first game, it's very easy for Frontera 1 to finish this game. But instead, proceeding to the third game, it will be the sudden death for both of them. So I'm really curious what will happen to the Frontera 1 next.
Yeah, definitely a scary position to be in. Even though you are the stronger guild, you are ahead in terms of, you know, power, and it's always scary to see yourself in such a situation. And here we have the MVP of game number 2, Vs, on the Rune Knight, 231 million damage, pretty close to what Taskwalker did in the first game, if I remember correctly. So, you know, Majestic, despite not being able to kill as much as what the Frontera 1 does, they do have some firepower behind them as well.
Yeah, but still, Fizz is one of the scariest player from Frontera 1. I mean, we always mention about the Taskwalker and Fizz as the top 2 players from Majestic and also Frontera 1, and it is really lovely to see Majestic can have a comeback in the second game, especially. And the consistency that Majestic bring on the second game is very fascinating too. Although in certain parts, in certain points, it's always the same. I mean, like, considering the secondary map, they still didn't get the first buff.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be tough. Without the buffs in the secondary battlefield, something that, you know, Frontera 1 has been really able to lock down. We didn't really see a lot of Majestic members in the secondary battlefield to try and contest for the points. So, you know, game number 3, I hope to see, you know, Majestic again put more focus in the secondary battlefield. They didn't do it in the second game as well, but who knows if they're able to do it against the might of Frontera 1.
You know, I almost thought that Majestic just enter the secondary map and then leave it that way. You just bang here and there for a short time, and then you move away and left the secondary map behind. And that's what I thought on the first and the second game, because they consistently didn't get the first buff, even the first buff. I mean, like, the damage reduction and movement speed is a very useful buff for Majestic, considering the movement is very good by the pace and the speed and the consistency. So why don't you just add some spice on your feet, like for example, movement speed?
Yeah, definitely. You know, every single thing does matter, especially when games are as close as this. So we sound like a broken record here at the guild, but they have to lock down their secondary battlefield. It is 50% of the entire guild league format. It's not just 40 people fighting. It is 150 against 150, and you need to prepare strategies on both sides.
Yeah, and especially there's a reason why you need to do well on the secondary map, because it is not only for you to kill monsters or the other players from your opponent, but also to receive buffs to make the main battlefield even stronger. And also for Frontera, I can see that also slowing down on the secondary battlefield. I mean, like, considering the first game they reached 24k, it's real fast, less than 3 minutes if I'm not mistaken. And on the second game they reached 8,000, really slow. And the moment they reach the last buff is the moment they want to secure the Owl Baron.
Yeah, it is interesting to say the least, what they are trying to do here for the side of Frontera 1. I'm very sure there's some underlying reason behind all this. I have my guesses, on why they're trying to prolong the entire series, but only themselves will know. Maybe if we get some form of explanation or interview with the players in the future, we can ask about this. Yeah, but game number 3 right now, Frontera 1 going up against Majestic, do or die match for both of these guilds. And like we can say it again, Frontera 1, they put themselves in this situation. Can they dig themselves out of it?
Yeah, because if Frontera 1 lose this match, this is going very upset. It will be a biggest upset of the day for Frontera 1, and the interview will be very needed. Because if Frontera 1 lose to Majestic in this third game, and there will be no interview, or at least post-match with on a behind-the-scene interview, what happened on the Frontera 1 on the second game remains unsolved.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be an awkward situation if they lose, so they need to make sure that they take the series here for the side of Frontera 1. While Majestic, they have nothing to lose here. They are facing up against a stronger opponent, and if they are able to pull such an upset, I mean, if you look at the in-game odd predictions on both sides, it was like a 98% to 2% to Frontera 1. So that would be one of the biggest upsets in the entire Odin Cup history if they're able to pull that out of the bag.
Yeah, but still, talking about Odin Cup, I always love surprises. And last year we had a surprise from one guild that actually on the weaker side, but managed to win, although they only scored for top 16 if I'm not mistaken, or top 8 at least.
Yeah, that was still a good. I definitely remember the match. That was one of the best matches of the entire Odin Cup. That was
definitely.
Yeah, that was amazing to watch. But here we're gonna have another amazing game to watch here. Frontera 1 looking to secure their way to the top 4, but if Majestic has something to say about it, they might have thrown the biggest wrench in the Thai Guild's plan, because they are also keeping things close, 1-1 scoreline right now, and it's anyone's game to take. And both these guilds have to perform their best in order to move on to the top 4.
And Frontera 1 already put their players in each tablets. And I believe it is probably the moon tablet, based on what we saw on the minimap. But once Chuka from Majestic trying to scout everything, and there's 2 minutes will decide the fate of these 2 guilds, which is Frontera 1 and Majestic. So they barely have time to evaluate. They need to have a one voice how they want to play this game, especially Frontera 1. I mean, this is not the right time to testing the water again, because this is going to be a sudden death for both of them.
Yeah, this is where they want to buckle down, making sure that everything is ready, everything is set for them to move on to the top 4. So 1 minute left, final preparations from both sides. I think this is where we see Frontera 1 playing at their most serious and full power, because when maybe they're trying to force themselves into a situation where they are, playing with that pressure right now in a lower stake match compared to in the finals or in the top 4, you know, prepares you for that moment. And you know, this might all just be planned here for Frontera 1 to train up, to make sure that nobody makes mistakes, give every single player from the side of Frontera 1 something to fight for, and maybe this is their way to unlock that maximum full potential.
Yeah, but if Frontera 1 it forced us to move to the game 3 for the tickets, it will be very mind-blowing.
That could be it. I mean,
Yeah, that
small
could be it.
advantages, right?
Yeah.
8
Yeah.
extra tickets could be the difference between an extra Type E module or something else. So I definitely see a reason to do that. I don't know if it's a good enough reason to do that, but there definitely is some argument to why they want to do something like this.
Yeah. And assumptions will rise upon the mass, but still, this is the last 20 seconds for Majestic and Frontera 1 to talk about what kind of strategy and rotation they want to bring on the table. In less than 10 seconds, the game will start. So I would like to invite all of the viewers on this live stream to give a shout out for Majestic or Frontera 1, because the game will start, the game 3, and the tablets are contested. Frontera 1 taking 2 tablets at the same time, which is a Moon tablet and Star tablet, while on the other hand, Majestic seems very comfortable on the Sun tablet. But I don't know, are they going to move to another tablet or not?
Yeah, Majestic did respawn a couple of members in the Sun tablet, so they want to hold on to that for now. Frontera 1 moving back towards spawn, it seems, just to get a couple of additional kills here for the members who've died. That gives them a good lead right now, a 100-point lead going towards the way of Frontera 1, and this is the Frontera 1 we are used to seeing, playing serious 3000 morale already in their secondary battlefield, so that allows them to get the first passive buff that gives them damage reduction. And now they are contesting Sun. Right, this is probably the Frontera we were expecting to see in the second game.
Oh my god, the domination that we're waiting for, but Majestic decided to not holding back again anymore. They lose this on tablet, but they trying to take over the Moon tablet, and it is happening. And Frontera 1, on the other hand, they want to make sure the tablet, it is not becoming to be on Majestic side, and it happened. It's almost 3 tablets on Frontera 1, and the points from Majestic is gradually slowing down and also reducing quickly, while on the other hand, Frontera 1 get a very stronghold in here, and especially they already received the first hit buff. But the Majestic still the same like the previous 2 games. They cannot escalate to any single buff at all.
Absolutely, it's all 3 tablets being controlled here by Frontera 1. They're starting to camp the spawn, sending 1 or 2 players just to get the free kills, and the majority of the members are going to move towards Sun tablet right now. But this might be Majestic's plan, you know, bait the Sun tablet, get it to half, and then full focus on towards the Moon. Frontera 1 is going to relock the Moon tablet, but can they defend the Sun tablet at the same time? The Moon tablet at the same time? It's going to be looking like they are going to, and they're still holding on to all 3 tablets so far in game number 3.
Oh my god, 3 tablets for Frontera 1, and Majestic is having a hard time, and they need to find a way to get up from this misery, because they're losing points real quick. 2,900 against 2,100. It is a big gap in first 5 minutes, and not to mention about the buffs that Majestic always lacking of, and Frontera 1, you know, they're just slowing down in the secondary battle map, especially talking about the buffs. I don't think they want to secure the buffs very quickly because they want to concern about the tablets.
Yeah, right now, Sun tablet being reflipped here, relocked here from the side of Frontera 1, Moon tablet being contested, Star tablet as well. So Majestic's trying to mount a multi-pronged attack, trying to contest multiple tablets at the same time, and let's see if Frontera 1 is able to move to counteract that. It looks like they will be able to do that, holding on to all 3 tablets despite Majestic splitting up their numbers and trying to pressure on all 3 sides of the map. So 1,000-point lead right now in 3 minutes. That's a huge lead being taken here from the side of Frontera 1. And you know, they were definitely holding back in the second game. and now they are just really focusing on their full strength.
Yeah, I'm listening to the beast there just being caged on the second game, and this is what Majestic will see if the beast just unleash. I'm like, it is really hard for Majestic on the third game to at least secure one tablet for a long time, because Frontera 1 just let them to get in the tablet and they just flip it way back to them. And the combat from Frontera 1 is kind of scary, because you know the positioning from the combat from Frontera 1 is always solid in my opinion, because each time Majestic want to enter the tablet, they need to suffer from the damage from the combat, and also not to mention the stuns, the hit from any single player from Frontera 1, because if you see the notification, a lot of players from Frontera 1 is, you know, widely happy to hunting every single player from Majestic.
Yeah, and right now it looks like they're starting to spawn camp here. Still holding on to all three tablets. Minions are about to spawn in another 30 seconds, so that's when we see a couple of the members definitely going to split up, trying to secure those additional points for themselves. But it is still looking like a tough situation here for Majestic. 2,900 points to 1,500 is basically a 1,400 point lead right now for Frontera 1. They still hold on to every single tablet, and if they get majority of the minions, this is going to be a very fast game that's going to be taken here for Frontera 1.
Yeah, because Frontera 1 didn't hold back anymore. What happened in the second game is very questionable, but what happened in the third game, it is more questionable, because this is the strength that we're expecting, but I didn't expect that this strength is this powerful. Look at the Majestic, really confused how to manage this kind of damage from Frontera 1. They barely managed to lay a hand to Frontera 1 without any buff, but at least they had an achievement. Instead of having a less than 1,000 moral, they scored 1,200 at least. And I mean, like, this is still a better version of in terms of moral from Majestic.
Yep, absolutely. Still is not enough though, as they're falling down to the 1,000 point difference lead right now. We might see the game end before the Owl Baron spawns. It's looking like a very one-sided affair there. This was the Frontera we were expecting. This was what we wanted to see here for Frontera 1, but you know, can't blame them for trying to play the longer game. Securing a little bit more rewards for their guild gives them a slight advantage, if any at all, moving on to the further stages of the Odin Cup. And they will look to close things out more cleanly in this final match of the series. Down to 900 points here for the side of Majestic. Not looking possible right now.
Yeah, but I feel bad for Majestic players. Look at that. There's spawn can by Frontera 1. They barely had a time to move their finger. I mean, even the player for Majestic didn't move anymore, because they need to suffer from every single skills that Frontera 1 casted to opponent, and it's very, you know, different from the first game. I don't want to talk about the second game anymore, because it's very, you know, questionable. But talking about the first game, this is a full domination from Frontera 1 against Majestic.
Yeah, only losing 170 points here. Most of it probably going towards the minions. And here we see Frontera 1 already preparing for the Owl Baron. It's 2 minutes before the spawns, guys. You guys have a little bit more time, but I guess they don't need. The Majestic has already lost hearts here. They are getting the first morale buff though in the primary battlefield, so definitely a small improvement they've made within these 3 series.
But it's too late.
Yeah, it's too late.
Yeah, it's too late, because only 700 and I was going to say it's 750 points, but now it's down to 730, and now the Owl Baron is already spawned, and it is, you know, dominated by Frontera 1. And I don't see players from Majestic had a chance to at least try to still kill the Owl Baron. Also, the entryway to the Owl Baron spot is blocked by every single player from Frontera 1. Majestic had no idea what happened in this third game, because I believe they're also very confused. Oh my god, this is the power that makes us overwhelmed, and how are we supposed to counterattack this?
Yeah, definitely. They look like a very scary guild when they are playing serious at their full potential. So Majestic, knowing that the road is up for them here is looking like they are not going to really force the issue anymore in the main battlefield. They know that time is up. They know that top 8 is the furthest that they will be able to go, and that's why you don't see them respawning anymore in the main battlefield. This is Majestic just saying, hey, it's been a great journey. We tried our best, but Frontera 1 is just way too strong for us to defeat, and this is where we bow out.
Yeah, and this is the last 400 points, or at least life left from Majestic, and I don't see Frontera 1 move from this point to 832. While on the other hand, the easy dude is easily killing people from Majestic. Oh my god, this is a full abomination.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see V's moving on to the secondary battlefield. Maybe that's why they were able to secure that 5,000 points for themselves. But in 20 seconds or so, the Owl Baron will spawn, and that is where Frontera 1 will put an end to the shenanigans happening here in this match. They look like they will be moving on to the top 4, and this is where Majestic will say goodbye to Odin Cup Season 2.
Yeah, because I don't see any good scenarios for Majestic to win this game, but considering the gap of the point is so big and now down to the 0. Frontera 1 get a win and proceed to the top 4 with score 2-1 against Majestic. Although the second game is still questionable, but still, it is a very good game from Frontera 1, and very happy to see Majestic improving by the game, continue.
Yep, absolutely. It was not enough to defeat Frontera 1, but definitely lessons that they can learn potentially for the future guild events. Every single lesson you see improvements coming from the guild. Majestic, I don't think they made it that far in the previous season. So if I remember correctly, they finished up at top 16. So being able to move on to top 8 and hopefully next season top 4, you never know. These lessons as you learn, the experience that you've gained as the entire guild is going to become very important as they continue to compete here in the Ragnarok Online Origins scene.
Yeah, and this is a very good first match, and especially the opening match, and we're going to prepare the second map. But first, we're going to talk about the post game, about what happened in Frontera 1 and also the Majestic, in case you missed and you just joined with us in this hour. What happened in the first game, to be honest, is a very interesting one, because I can see it was kind of a very tight match between them. Although the Majestic had a very hard time because they're lacking buffs, and also they only relying to the rotation and contesting the tablets and scoring kills, which gave them a spot but not a comfortable one. But on the other hand, Frontera 1 also seems kind of bothered by the movement of Majestic itself. That's a very tight first game, to be honest. But on second game, a lot of questions arise from us and also from the viewers, because it is not just like what we saw on the first game, but on the third game, Frontera 1 step up again and show us the domination, the real power of Frontera 1.
Yep, absolutely. This is definitely like a good summary. If you missed out all 3 games, it was a rather long series, a rather prolonged series, but ultimately it is going to be Frontera 1 moving on to the top 4. An expected result, if I'm talking truthfully. Frontera 1 has a lot of experience under their belt. They were the previous finalists in the previous season, so we expect them to move as far as they can on towards the finals. But Majestic, they put up a pretty good fight. Yep. And the main things to learn to gain from this is just experience for the future.
Yeah, experience and the lesson. I mean, like a wise man say this: sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. And when you are not winning, you're learning something. and to be honest, Majestic is learning something in these matches because on the first, second, and the third game, I can see they're trying to improve. Although on the third game, seems like a lot of players from Majestic is kind of given up, but still at the early of the game, they're trying their best, real best. But talking about the MVP of the game, and especially the third game, we talk about the Task Walker, the number 1 from Frontera 1.
Oh, absolutely. 95 million mainly because they weren't respawning, but still MVP well deserved here for Taz Walker. He has been one of the players to look out for. He is the strongest player in Frontera 1 as well, not just the guild but the entire server. So very very, very well deserved of this position, and definitely leading a charge for his guild to move on to the top 4.
Yes, please welcome the first top 4 representative of Ragnarok Origins Southeast Asia, which is the Frontera 1, which has lots of promising and strong players. And it would be very fun to see which one will win from the second match, especially Frontera 8 versus Lohim Talong. And the Task Walker, although the points that he scored is just 48 kills and 100 aces, I mean, like that's because the Majestic itself didn't move in the middle of the game. They stopped moving, and it makes it Frontera 1 couldn't do anything except camping them and zoning the tablet, and also zoning the Owl Baron. And the classes between these two guilds is very interesting to talk to, because I can see the Frontera 1 invested a lot in Archbishops and Rune Knights and also the Warlocks, but they also put some Gelatin Cross and Ranger to maintain the situation, because the Majestic has lots of Doram. They put 50 Doram, which is, for me, it is a good composition, but it's too much, because you need
too much.
Yeah, you need to decrease the amount of the Rune Knight, which is the front line.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a little bit too much Dorams. Like you said, I definitely agree with you, Abigail. And Frontera 1, having 33 is a much more balanced number. So yeah, if you look at the lineups, the distribution, they look like they're here to win here for the side of Frontera 1. They put in this is okay, Frontera 8 versus Laughing Talon. So yeah, Frontera 8 does have a better distribution, all useful classes, not too many Rangers, not too many Guillotine Crosses, and yeah, they look much more prepared against Laughing Talon. But hey, never fade the Talon, because they always are very a very strong contender. They are the underdogs. They are the dark horse of the Odin Cup Season 2, and it's going to be exciting to see them in action later on.
Yeah, and I really want to know about how you will utilize this 50 Doram. I mean, Doram is a very sexy thing in Ragnarok Origin, because it provides the buffs, and it has a very solid damage. It depends which kind of build that you want to go for. And to put lots of Doram in a very and in my opinion, a very thin front line, it will cause you a problem unless you want to do a brute force to your opponent.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is definitely things that you have to look out for when you're forming that your composition. So it's gonna be a very interesting match to see for sure. I mean, the next upcoming match, it's gonna be one of the closest matches for today. Tomorrow we're gonna have another very tight match as well, which is between Code and Frontera 8. Code and Frontera 4. Sorry, Frontera 4 and Code is the other close matchup here in the top 8. So definitely very looking forward to look for both of these matches.
Yes, and the next match will be very interesting, because we're going to see the new prize from Borg 7, our defending champion, against Goon, which defeated the last year participant as well, the top 16, which is the Fate Con and Real. But Frontera F4, originally Alt F4, the top 4 of last year too.
Yep.
It is really interesting because they also joined forces from top guilds around these servers, especially we're talking about the Frontera 4.
Yeah, little backstory about Goon. My guild faced them in the round of 32 in this season's Odin Cup, so they are definitely a very strong guild. But yeah, let's
Take a look at the highlight first. And talking about the Frontera 1 and then the Majestic, well, to be honest, if you look at Frontera 1, you know Frontera 1 has a bigger chance to win this match against a Majestic, but still, I really love the way Majestic still tried the best to secure at least one point against Frontera 1. And what they did on the first game is also fascinating because in terms of the different power between these two guilds, Majestic didn't hold back. They tried their best. They did try to empty their pocket and you know open all of the strategies, and their rotations from Majestic is also very interesting to see because they can consistently moving to every single spot in this map, which is creating a space and creating a flow between the Frontera 1's movement.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see, you know, them trying really hard in the first 2 games. Third game, they know that, hey, you know, it was the difference is just way too much, especially in the secondary battlefield. They couldn't really contest anymore. But yeah, like only in game number 3 did we see Frontera 1 at their full strength, really just brute forcing the victory, winning every part of the map. Even in the secondary battlefield was a pretty one-sided thing, a one-sided affair here for the side of Frontera 1. So just showcasing their strength. You know, there's times where you want to show your strategy, and there's times where you just want to strike fear in your opponents just by brute force. And game 3 was definitely the showcase of brute force coming from Frontera 1.
Yeah, and did you remember that I mentioned that I couldn't say that this first match is sort of like a David versus Goliath match, but on the third game between these two, it is definitely David versus Goliath because I didn't see Majestic had a chance to, you know, push Frontera 1 to the corner. But like they didn't move to the points to 2,800 until the end of the game.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, it's just, you know, the difference is just too much, and it's really tough for them to be able to overcome that. But hey guys, if you've been staying with us throughout this entire stream so far, we've got another redeem code for you. Odin Cup Top 8 Go. Redeem this right now. This is very good to redeem, guys. You don't want to miss this because this is 300 diamonds, 10,000 Zenny, and 1 million Eden coins.
Yeah, and the price for this redeem code gradually increased. So I just want to make sure you guys still with us until the end of the stream because we're going to give you more codes on the second match. So make sure you share this live stream, invite every single person you know to join this live stream too, and don't forget to drop the like. I'm gonna use your time to like this live stream. I really need that.
Yep, absolutely. It's good to show your support to everyone who's playing, and you know, this is one of the best ways to do it. Also, remember all the little events we're having in the official Ragnarok Online Origin Discord. So make sure you are already there. You have the adventure tag, so you can claim additional rewards in the Odin Cup free gift and Odin Cup cheer up channels.
Yes, exactly. And we are now waiting for the second match. So I want to check a little bit to every single viewers on this live stream. I can see lots of players trying to give a shout out to their guilds or to their servers. So I welcome all of you. Please enjoy this live stream, and don't forget, if you want rewards, you need to behave. I only give the prize for good guys only. So for all of the bad guys who keeps spreading the negativity, you can go away because I wouldn't give it to you.
Yep, definitely. Abigail has final say on whoever gets reward. So better listen to her, guys. Better just spread the love. Everyone's trying their best. And here we have one of the this is we're selecting 3 winners to get the additional rewards. 1,000 diamonds, guys.
Yes.
For all the participants typing in chat, you want to type in a supportive message plus your UID at the end, and we will select 3 winners to be walking home with 1,000 diamonds.
And how to get this is just very simple task. You need to put your UID on this live chat. Please give the supportive message.
Yep.
It's very easy, right? Like a UID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus go Frontera 1, go Majestic, we're rooting for you. Like sort of like that. Something like that.
Yeah.
It's very easy, right?
We're seeing a lot of supportive messages already, so you just need to add in your UID at the end, and then you'll be eligible to win the 1,000 diamonds. So keep it going, guys. Only 3 winners for this round. Just once again, your support message with the UID at the end, and if you're one of the lucky winners, you're walking home with 1,000 diamonds.
Yeah, and it's legit 1,000 diamonds, guys. I know you guys wouldn't want to miss it, so make sure you didn't forget your UID or type it wrong. It will be very upsetting if you type your ID
and
wrong.
someone else takes that.
Yeah. Whether someone else take that or it will be given to us.
Oh yeah, definitely. I need that 1,000 diamonds. But yeah, make sure you guys follow the right format, and you stand a chance to win that 1,000 diamonds. So keep it going, guys. Your support message to the guild you're supporting, and with your UID added at the end, and you stand a chance to win 1,000 diamonds.
1,000 diamonds, guys.
It's a lot.
Do you want that? I want that. If you don't
well.
want it, I want it. If you don't want to participate in this live draw, both me and Zero will join.
Yep, definitely. You want to be a part of this, and we haven't selected a winner yet, guys. So you can still have a chance to walk away with that as well. So make sure you participate, share what you have, and who knows, you might be one of the lucky winners to go home with that.
Yeah. So don't forget to drop your UID. Drop your UID, and also the supportive message.
Yep.
It is very easy. I mean, like you don't have to answer questions from us. You don't have to research everything. You just need to show some love. I mean, like I know there's a simper of Zero. I mean, Zero so handsome, love Songkang. But you need to put your UID as well.
Yep, get the UID in. We see some correct formats. That's exactly what you guys want to do, and make sure that you're doing the correct steps in order for you to be able to win any of prizes.
Yep, and finally I saw some people in live chat joining our live draw.
Yep.
And we're still waiting for the good guy here. Like a go fronted. That's the example. I mean, you be creative. I mean, give a supportive message to, it can be anything, but just don't just go fronted and your UID. I mean, like the YouTube account in your environment, you did it wrong. Go fronted UID, and I didn't know what's your UID number.
You don't know who to give it to, so make sure you add that in.
Yeah. And Mr. X-Star, you also did it wrong. You put your ID, but where's the supportive message that I want to see? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Do it right. Do it right. Do it right. Nice. That's the right format that I want to see. From Dax Bing C, Go Prontera 8, Zero So Hands Up Love Song Kang with new ID. Nice, that's the format that I am looking for. Nice. Now people drop their ID and also the supportive message. But please, I want to see a supportive message like on this early of the stream, like let's go rise for edit, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I really love that. I mean, like you can put lots of sentence, right?
Yep, absolutely. We are about to go into the second match of the day. It's gonna be Prontera 8 going up against Laughing Talon, and you can see Prontera 8 again with a 10 million lead in terms of power, but they are definitely one of the dark horses. We didn't see them in the first season of the Odin Cup. This is gonna be their first appearance here, and it's gonna be exciting to see what they have in store for us today.
Yeah, and the top players from Laughing Talon and Prontera 8 is in front of you guys. This is the players that we're talking about on the early of the stream. Talon, Nikudaks, and Reggie, the key players from Laughing Talon. And also the guild leaders from Prontera 8. And this is the favorite part of mine, Charisma Baby, and today's Charisma Babies is always Archbishop. Yeah, I
That's what you want to see.
Yes. But I don't complain if we see a Doram as a Charisma Baby. I mean, Doram is cute but deadly.
Yeah, definitely deadly. And here we have the side of Prontera 8, the very strong guild by their own right. Definitely has a lot to share for us today. Kibo as a guild leader, Marcy at the Leia. They are definitely here to compete to make it to the top 4 of the Odin Cup as well.
Yep, this is the final look of the management players from each guilds or each participant of the second match. Prontera 8 holds a very strong pride because Prontera 8 is a very famous server, and their matchup is a kind of a dark horse, but a very promising one, to be honest. Laughing Talon.
Yeah, absolutely. They are, they are the dark horses. They can surprise us. They are not too far in terms of the power, and they are, sure they're facing, the top guilds of Prontera 8, but they definitely have the chance to win here. So let's see if, this primarily Filipino guild from the side of Laughing Talon is able to showcase what they have in this top 8.
Yep. And in this top 8, we're going to see which guild will accompany Prontera 1 to the top 4, because top 4 will be very interesting and will be closer to the end of the Odin Cup Season 3.
Yep, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is already 2 minutes into this match, and it is still a very close game so far. It is Prontera 8 on the orange and Laughing Talon on the green. It is a 200 point lead right now for the side of Prontera 8, but Laughing Talon is not out of it yet. They are keeping things rather close. They are, behind in terms of tablets at the moment, but nothing that a small victory is able to get them back in action. So let's see if they're able to do that here as we see Prontera 8 trying to contest the Sun tablet, but the Star tablet is being taken on the other side, going to the way of Laughing Talon.
Yeah. Now we're going to see the points from Laughing Talon is gradually slowing down to and it's decreasing because the Prontera 8 trying their best to dominating this game, and they hold 2 tablets at the same time and only left 1 tablet, which is a Star tablet to Laughing Talon, and Prontera 8 also secured the second buff, which makes them real stronger.
Yep, and Moon Tablet is still being held here for the side of Frontier 8. They're still holding on quite well, extending the lead to almost 500 at the moment. But can they really push forward? Because you want to, ideally, you want the lead to be more than 600, so that even if you lose the Owl Baron, you're not at a terrible position. But let's see if they're able to do that in this game. Right now, they're trying to contest all 3 tablets. They are getting close to locking all 3, but the Sun Tablet will be flipped on the other hand, going towards the way of Laughing Talon. So Laughing Talon definitely not out of this fight yet.
Yep, and this is very looking good for Frontera 8 because they keep dominating in the second matches and especially the first game. Hennessy XO didn't hold back and scored 25 kills and creating a lot of space for Frontera 8 to beat Laughing Talon. Laughing Talon, they want to take the Moon Tablet back, but I don't think this is going to be happen for a long time because the movement from Frontera 8 is pretty much solid and they want to take back the Moon Tablet before Laughing Talon secure it.
Yeah, definitely really looking to secure that mid game here, as we have gonna have the first minion spawn right now. Frontier 8 dropping a couple of proton bursts. That's gonna help them hold on towards the Moon Tablet, and that's gonna give them a considerable lead right now. If they can lock down the Sun Tablet going into this minion spawn, this is gonna be so important because that allows them to extend their lead to a huge margin. And if they manage to get a majority of the minions here, this is going to give them a very commanding lead as we move on to the later stages of this fight.
Yeah, and finally, Frontera 8 will be dominating every single tablet and make the Laughing Talon need to play outside the tablets and try to find a way how to contest the tablet. And wherever they want to contest every single tablet, Frontera 8 just didn't let them do because I saw that Laughing Talon trying to contest the Sun Tablet, but the moment they entered their foot inside the tablet, they just pushed back away by the Frontera 8, and now they move to the Sun Tablet, and this is looks very promising for Laughing Talon to get the Sun Tablet. But I think Frontera 8 already smell the order of the Laughing Talon players and they moved back to the Sun Tablet, didn't let them to at least capture the tablet and made the Sun Tablet become a Laughing Talon tablet.
Yeah, they definitely smell the blood in the air right now, blood in the waters at the moment. 1,100 point lead right now for the side of Frontera 8. They're still holding on to all 3 of their tablets. And the lead is growing right now. 1,200 points right now going towards the way of Frontera 8. And you know, we thought this match was going to be close, but Frontera 8 seems to have the upper hand in nearly all scenarios here. But at least Laughing Talon is making this a rather close fight. They managed to secure the Star Tablet as well.
To be honest, if we recall what happened on the last year between Home and another participant, Home is the only team who never spilled their strategies onto the top 4. But now Frontera 8 is combined from Home, Mana and Vija, and they move very differently from what we saw on the last year. They're very aggressive, they didn't hold back, they always smell everything. Every single thing that happened in this map is always under their surveillance, and this is making the position of Laughing Talon really hard because each time they move, there's always a player from Frontera 8 behind them.
Yeah, definitely. We see the difference between them in Season 1 and Season 2. They are looking very well prepared here to move on and hopefully compete to win this Odin Cup. As 1,400 lead right now, secondary battlefield, just a completely one-sided affair there for Frontera 8. 900 points left remaining for Laughing Talon in this match, and if they are able to secure this, they're gonna be in a good lead for this entire series.
Yeah, and also a good lead from Frontera 8, causing a huge damage to Laughing Talon because they barely managed to survive in this first game. They only have 700 points left with the tier 1 buff, but on the other hand, Frontera 8 seems enjoying the time in here, looking very comfortable in the tablet they took and keep PKing everyone from Laughing Talon, and the rotation from Laughing Talon is already crumbled down to the map. and I don't see they're trying to recovery from this state, because it is not going to be happening with Frontier 8. Although they're trying to defend every single tablet, they just try to cut every single rotation that Loving Talon try to recover.
Yeah, it is tough, especially when you're playing against the likes of Mavis, the likes of Lupin. You know, these are very strong players in their own right. You can't take these 1v1 fights against them because they're just so strong, and you know, you have to play together as a team. But unfortunately, it looks like, you know, Laughing Talon, with the last 500 points left remaining, they don't think that it's possible. They think they are probably taking this time already to plan out their next moves.
Yep, and Frontier 8 didn't slow down. The Loving Talon already left to 400 points, and the secondary battle even worse. They couldn't reach the second tier buff, and lots of players from Frontier 8 just trying to give a brute force to Loving Talon, make them suffer more and more, and had no idea how to get out from this misery.
Yeah, it is looking rather tough here for Laughing Talon. I mean, they managed to take 700 points away from Frontera 8, but they're gonna require a lot more if they want to try and take this series against Frontera 8. As if you remember their logo from last season here, Abby, it's very similar, right, with the bear.
Only put 8 logos in the middle of the bear. And they changed the font on the bill of the bear from home to Frontera.
Oh yeah, Frontera.
Yeah, so it's pretty much the same. I'm like, this is still recall memories from last year Odin Cup, the first season. Now, if you see the tablets from Loving Talon, they got the 2 tablets, but they lose lots of points, and the Frontera 8 just scored the first win on the first game against Loving Talon, and Loving Talon seems had a really hard time to compose the player to back on the rotational formation, and each time they want to recover their formation always break down. Got accused that they Loving Talon basically overwhelmed by Frontier 8.
Yep, absolutely. It was just way too hard for them to withstand the damage that, you know, Frontier 8 was bringing out. And remember, this is the best of the best from the server Frontier 8. They're not just, you know, they're not just home, they're not Mana, they're not Ouija, they're the merge of all the top players from all these 3 guilds, the brains behind it as well. So it is definitely showcased in this specific match, you know, their strength, their power, and definitely the likes of Frontier 8, they weren't able to do anything about this in the first game.
Yep, and the second game will be very interesting, because on the previous match we saw a comeback, a beautiful comeback from the opponent, and it will be lovely to see another comeback too on this second game, and especially looking how overwhelmed Loving Talon against Frontier 8. I barely see them trying to move comfortably. They even didn't have any chance to move inside the tablet. Each time they put their foot in to the tablet, and Project A just like, yo,
yeah, just kick them out. Like they enter. It's like a stray cat entering your house, and you just shoot them out. Get out of here.
And looking to the statistics on the first game on the match 2 between Loving Talon and Frontier 1 is pretty much what we saw on the first game, like what we saw from Frontier 1 and Majestic, but Loving Talon seems dominated by Frontier 8. They barely had an answer to do the counter attack against Frontier 8.
Yeah, definitely. It's tough mountain to climb here. You can see the kill difference is absolutely huge in the favor of Frontera 8, the damage as well. And they did pretty well in terms of the objective portion of the map, getting 23 mobs for themselves. But other than that, it's just been, you know, every single stat just telling the story of this match is that, you know, the laughing eggplant can't deal with the strong bear from Frontera 8.
Yes, the second game, I'm waiting what will happen and what will Loving Talon do, because as far as I remember, there are only 2 Philippine
Builds?
representative in this
Yeah.
top 8, right? And the other one is Code, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look at the secondary battlefield statistic. Although it is sort of better than what we saw on the first match, but still Loving Talon kind of outplayed by the Frontera 8, and not only on the battlefield, but also on the secondary battlefield, because they may receive the first buff morale, but Frontera 8 just escalated to the third buff real quick, and they are dominating the maps just flawlessly.
Yep, absolutely. It's just, in every aspect of this match, it's just Pantera 8 just way too strong for Laughing Talon to really deal with. So, I don't know if there's something that Laughing Talon can really bring on the table to be able to withstand. Maybe some form of strategy that allows them to win the secondary battlefield first, get to that first tier morale buff. But outside of something that they can cook up at the moment, it's going to be a tough mountain for them to climb. But let's take a look at the MVP of game number 1. It is going to be Mavis from Frontera 8. We're seeing a lot of assassins here, Abby.
Yeah. A lot of assassins. Yeah, although assassin's job is kind of left behind, but still it is a very useful one, especially if you want to counterattack the squishy jobs like a warlock, like a Ghidoram, and if you want to hunt the rangers from the opponent side, especially the strong rangers, because you wouldn't want to see your warlock getting snapped by the rangers, right?
Oh, absolutely.
That's why you need assassin.
Yeah, that's why we see a lot of guilds, they're not playing too many assassins, they're playing 1 or 2 strong ones that give them the slight advantage. So yeah, like Mavis 98 kills, 1.5k points almost, and doing a lot of damage for his entire guild. Definitely, we're seeing the comeback of the meta for assassins.
And the assassin here, this is the first MVP assassins from today's match, and especially on the first day of the top 8. And I would love to know what will happen on the second game, especially the difference from Loving Talon, because I barely see an idea from Loving Talon to execute the game. They may try to contest the tablets, but once they're pushed away from Frontera 8, they seem kind of confused on the corner of the map, and try to contemplate what just happened in this first game, because it is just a total overwhelming for Loving Talon in the first game. Fully dominated.
Absolutely. They have to think about how they can address, when plan A doesn't work, what's your plan B? And at least in the first game, it's just been plan A didn't work. Okay, we wait and try plan A again. And that's the definition of insanity, right? Doing something continuously that doesn't work, and we'll see if Laughing Talon is able to overcome that in the second game. But let's take a look at the top 5 players from both of these guilds. We didn't get the chance to have a look at them earlier because the match was already started, but this is a good time for us to catch up with the top 5 players from both these guilds.
Yeah, and then the top players from both Frontera 8 and Loving Talon will be very interesting to talk to, because during last year Odin Cup, we saw several players from home, but if I don't know if you noticed or not, but last year we had VBP, PBV, PVP, sort of like that. I did four accounts, but one of them is already changed the name. As long as I remember, is VBP become Machan.
Machan, yes, Machan.
Yeah.
Absolutely, scary player. I faced him a couple of times in the dimensional duo. He's definitely still a very strong character regardless of who's playing. So yeah, it's gonna be like you said, like there's so many strong players out there that you have to come up with something else to be able to give yourself an advantage.
Oh, someone is coming up with something. If you take a look at the next day matches, you will see we will never we will not can to read the player's nickname because I see the IL.
Yeah, they are already preparing. That's
just
a little bit annoying, but and all these players are just trying their best to give themselves a slight advantage to win. So can't blame them. It is a valid strategy. But here are the top 5 players for the side of Frontera 8. The Machan, like you said, on the Warlock, Ravenox, Lupin, Penk, and Mavis.
And this is very interesting to see the top 5 players from Frontera 8. One of them is a mechanic and it's a Lupin with 904k powers. It's a very powerful one. I don't see a powerful RK from Frontera 8 side because it's kind of Warlock heavy, and especially Loving Talon. The top 5 players from Loving Talon is Warlock heavy. All of them are Warlock.
Yeah, it is. Warlocks are one of the strongest, so having seen all 5 of them is something else. Talon, Niku, Dax, Reiji, Jellybean, representing Frontera 10 here. It's kind of nice to see, all 5 of the same class though. It's kind of like, it looks kind of nice.
Yeah, it looks kind of nice. Except Jellybean, because she's the only
female character.
warlocks. But if Jellybean change the gender of this warlock become a male, it will be very, symmetric.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, this is Laughing Talon. They are one game away from being eliminated here in the top 4. They still have a chance. They have one more try to try and come back in this game, but can they really do it? It's hard to say. If they are able to make adjustments on the fly, especially for a guild that has not made it this far or even made it to the Odin Cup previously, the lack of experience definitely comes into about an important match such as this. You probably will never have been in such a situation before this. So this is your first time, and for a lot of people, the first time is usually the last time as well because they can't deal with the pressure.
Yeah, the experience, and I believe maybe Loving Talon was kind of shocked to see a very aggressive play style from Frontera 8 because I think they already researched about what happened last year from home because they kind of a slow start. They only want to get the early game momentum and they just stay inside the tablet and basically when we talk about home, we barely know their kind of strategy is like what because they didn't show off this strategy until the top 4 and also looking to the first game. It must be very shocking to the Laughing Talon because maybe they expect a very slow game, but it turned out that Frontera 8 didn't want to slow down and they just hit the gas and crashed down.
Absolutely, and of course, you guys, this has been the 3rd game of the Odin Cup, 4th game of the Odin Cup Season 2 so far. Make sure you are in the official Ragnarok Online Origin Discord where you can be a part of many fantastic prizes. So make sure you are already participating in there. And it's really good prizes. It's not just bloody branches. There's plenty of diamonds up for grabs. So make sure you do all the steps that we shared earlier. Be in the Discord, get the adventurer role, click on that money icon so that you're able to redeem the code to get yourself additional rewards as well.
Yeah, and don't forget to spread some positivity vibes because if you spread some positivity, you'll get a chance to be featured like this, like Relic Lee. Because he brought to Rise. Let's go Team Rise. Your journey through Odin Cup Season 2 has been nothing short of epic. Watching you all coordinate and execute your strategies has been thrilling. Each game you elevate the competition, showing what true teamwork looks like. We're all cheering from the sidelines, proud and loud. Rise to the top, champions, your fans believing in your victory. Wow. That was a
Really
very
well written.
nice
Yeah.
words.
Absolutely, it's really nice to see the creativity come out, as well as just these the fans really supporting their guild the best they can. So shout out to everyone who's taken the effort to write all these heartwarming messages, and you're getting rewarded for that. I mean, it's definitely a good reason to do it right now.
Yep. So I'm like, it is not hard to be kind. Instead of it being so negative, like, why don't you try just be a positive person?
Yeah,
Like,
positive
right.
vibes only.
Yeah, positive vibes only. PMA only.
PMA.
If you want to
exactly.
receive you 1k diamonds.
Yeah,
'Cause
PMA
the
all the
rules-
way.
Yeah, because the rule number 1 for 1k diamonds, you need to be a good guy and good girl. So no hate, love only. Keep spreading love, not the hate, not the envy, not the negativity.
Yep, absolutely. Abigail's really stressing out on this, and make sure that you do send only positive messages. It's gonna be very important for all of us to see. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second game of the day for the Odin Cup Season 2 Top 8. This is, Laughing Talong, potentially their last potential match in the Odin Cup Season 2. They're facing up against Frontera 8, one of these stronger guilds that's competing in the top 8 right now as well. So they definitely need every little strategy they can think of in the book to be able to try and win this match. So if you're fans of Laughing Talong, this is where you want to show your support, show your love to your guild, and be able to allow them to get that extra bit of strength to win it all.
Yes. And then talking about logos, I love Laughing Talong logos. So Talong is eggplant, and Laughing Talong is a laughing eggplant, and they put a laughing eggplant as their logo as well. Oh my god. I really love the creativity with this logo, to be honest. I love the cute logo from Frontier 8, but a Laughing Talong logo is on another level.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen some nice logos, we see some cool logos, we see some funny logos, but I think Laughing Talons definitely takes the cake here on in terms of like entertaining logos.
Yeah, entertaining logos. So don't forget to give a shout out for Frontera 8 or Laughing Talon. It depends which guilds between these two guilds that you are rooting for. Just keep giving them support, love, cheer them up. So, and especially for Laughing Talon, because they really need it. Because they want to prolong their journey in this Odin Cup Season 2, and especially if they want to proceed to the top 4. And for Frontera 8, they just need to do what they did on the first game. So, not having much strategy, different based on the strategy. I mean, what they did on the first game is already perfect and well executed. So why would you change it?
Yeah, don't have to fix what's not broken. And Frontera 8, they have a lot of experience in the Odin Cup compared to other guilds. They were known as home in the previous season. They've got most of their core players still around, and they are looking like at least a lock for top 4, unless Laughing Talong is able to put a rabbit out of the hat here to try and surprise them. But if everything goes according to plan, it's just going to be the game for Frontera 8 to take here.
Yep. And 3 minutes left. As usual, this preparation time will be used for scouting the area and also compose the voice of your guilds, whether you want to go aggressive or go slow or anything else, what kind of strategy that you want to put in this game. For Laughing Talon, they need to empty their pocket as usual, because this is the sudden death for them. Either they go back or go home.
Yeah, definitely. It is their last chance, potential, their last match here in the Odin Cup. You don't want to go back with regrets. You don't want to go home saying that, hey, what if we did this strategy? Could we have won? No, you don't want that regret living in the back of your head. You want to give it your all, and this is exactly the best time to do it. 2 more minutes before we start. backs against the wall here. Can Laughing Talon pull things back and force us to a game number 3?
Yup, players are on positions, and I believe they want to, go straight to the moon tablet, because I can see the players from front to the 8 and Laughing Talon is on the same position. It is just, you may see which guild is the fastest to reach the tablets and defending that, but on the other hand, there's a tablet and other side which covered with player from Laughing Talon, and I barely see Frontier 8 player in here. But middle, and especially the Sun tablet, looks very sexy to be take first, and looks like the Frontier 8 and the Laughing Talon had the same idea about that tablet.
Yeah, a lot of members here from the side of Frontier 8. They're definitely putting a lot of emphasis here. If you look at the minimap, the split is pretty interesting here from the side of Frontera 8. They are really focused on this moon tablet, while for the side of Laughing Talon, they are actually split up between the star and the moon tablet. So nobody is actually in sun, which is very interesting to see. I don't think anybody realized that from both sides, unless you see a couple of last minute rotations over there to capture it. But it looks like there's going to be a lot of fighting here for this moon tablet, and Laughing Talon doesn't look like they have the numbers for now, but that might change when we are about to start.
Yeah, definitely, because the moon tablet is the key of the rotation, the center of the rotations, and in less than 50 seconds, the game will start. So it is going to be a sprint competition between the Frontier 8 and Laughing Talon to see which one can put their foot inside the moon tablet. And 3, 2, 1, now you run, guys! And looks like the Frontier 8 already secured the moon tablet and they tried to defend it. The entry way from Laughing Talon from the left side and the right side is already blocked by the Frontier 8, and a lot of players from Laughing Talon already down to the floor.
Yep, Frontier 8 secures the moon tablet, but that is actually at the expense of losing both side tablets. So good start here for the side of Laughing Talon, giving them a slight lead, but as things stabilize in terms of the movement, we see Frontera 8 just really hanging around Moon at the moment, while allowing Laughing Talon to capture both of the sides right now. Laughing Talon trying to contest Moon. Looks like Frontera 8 will be making the rotation towards the Star tablet, and they will be getting the second tablet for themselves in this game.
Yeah, I almost think that Laughing Talon will secure the first buff rather than the Frontier 8, but looks like the Frontier 8, just hit the gas brake and they just, exceeding the numbers of morale that Laughing Talon scored. But on the other hand, the tablets that Frontier 8 have is still less than what Laughing Talon has, and they need to rethink what will they do next, because it will give them a decreasing point consistently if they couldn't take 2 tablets at the same time.
Yeah, Laughing Talon doing really well. They are falling behind in terms of kills, but at least they're holding on to 2 tablets so far, keeping the points close and giving them a chance to take this game if they're able to secure the Owl Baron. But once again, another trade, this time Laughing Talon capturing the Star tablet, while we see Frontera 8 focusing on the Sun. Not really putting too much members here, not a big committal here from the side of Laughing Talon to capture that, which will allow them to rotate faster to another part of the map.
Yep, and they're moving to the Sun tablet too, but it looks like the Laughing Talon wouldn't let that happen. Although Frontier 8 is already, trying their best to hold their score in here, and especially their life points, but it looks like the Laughing Talon changed their movement, and it actually gives a very positive result, because they currently on tied state with Frontier 8.
Yeah, basically no difference right now across both these teams. We see again the Moon Tablet trying to be flipped here, Sun Tablet as well, being captured there by the side of Laughing Talon. The score is basically neck and neck right now, but because Laughing Talon has 2 tablets, they're going to inch further and further ahead unless Frontera 8 is able to regain the tempo by capturing 2 tablets at once. It's going to come down to the Owl Baron. Once again, Laughing Talon still holding on to 2 tablets, while Frontera 8 haven't really been able to get the second one for themselves so far.
Yeah, but silver lining for Frontier 8 is core the second buff, which makes them move faster, and that's what Frontier 8 needs to cover two tablets at the same time, because they already got the moon tablet, so the options left is for them to cover to take back the star tablet or sun tablet, but they're going to go to the star tablet. But on the opposite, what happened on the moon tablet, it is not going look good to Frontier 8, because the moment they secured the star tablet, the moon tablet is flipped to Loving Talon.
Yeah, they're losing the moon tablet as well as the star. Two tablets being contested once at the same time. Pantera is still managing to hold on slightly in terms of just the kill score by itself, but they're really losing out on these the tablet capture, and maybe we're seeing Pantera doing the same thing that Frontera was doing, getting the little bit more of the rewards from the Crimson Cat voyage, but they are not as strong as Frontera 1. This might come back to bite them in the future.
Yeah, because if you have a lead in this match, and considering the Frontier 8 and the Loving Talon is kind of close right now, it is going to be very scary on the third game, especially if Frontier 8 do a blunder. And looking to this match for Frontier 8, I think they just try to take one tablet and contest the other tablet, but at the same time, the other tablet is always flipped out to them, and this is the very first time I almost see Frontier 8 get the double flip on the middle of the game.
Yeah, minions are about to spawn. Frontier 8 are in position to get the Owl Baron spawn minions, but let's see on the other side if they are able to secure it for themselves. Here, they are gonna keep things close. They managed to get majority of the minions, it seems, so that's gonna allow Frontier 8 to keep the scoreline within its arm's reach. But let's see if they are able to close the gap and capture a little bit more tablets for themselves.
There definitely can create a gaps between themselves and the Loving Talon, but the problem is, I think the rotation bit for the Loving Talon is kind of a solid, because each time Frontier 8 step into the tablet, they just push away by Loving Talon. So basically, what Loving Talon do to Frontier 8 is just give Frontier 8 taste their own medicine on the first game.
Yeah, that's little props to them as well. Secondary Battlefield is doing better, allowing them to get a couple of the buffs, getting the additional move speed, as well as damage reduction. But Frontier 8 is still keeping things close at the moment. Sun Tablet's gonna get reflipped over to the side of Frontier 8, and it is still 3 tablets under the control of Laughing Talon at the moment. They're going to lock down Sun, allowing them to get another 50 points. But let's see if they are gonna be able to get Sun as well as the Moon tablet. That's gonna give Frontier 8 the first double tablet hold they have for the entire game, as we are closing into a 150 point lead here for the side of Laughing Talon.
Yep, and sadly the Moon tablet wouldn't flip back to Frontier 8 side, because whenever Frontier 8 wants to take over the Moon tablet, the Loving Talon just defended flawlessly. And players from Loving Talon moved to another tablet, but there were no players from Frontier 8, and Loving Talon seems to have a very good time in Star Tablet, but the comment from Frontier 8 is kind of annoying to Loving Talon. But if would have budged them to move from the Star Tablet, they cover their players inside the Star Tablet. But the Frontier 8 thinking that, I think if you want to take the Star Tablet, okay, I'm going to take the Wood Tablet. And at the same time, Loving Talon smells that. They notice that, and they move every single player from the Star Tablet back to the Moon Tablet.
Yeah, they're just keeping things close in terms of the kills right now, but in terms of tablets, they're just letting Laughing Talon just have their way with it. As we see here, Mavis really ripping them a new one from the back lines. A very strong assassin there, being able to cut to the back lines. Machan as well, not really focusing on objectives here, but trying to go for kills and again.
Yep, and also talking above the tablets, and now the point difference between these two guilds, Laughing Talon and Frontier 8, is already creating a huge gap between them. Is 400 difference, but still Frontier 8 score the buffs perfectly on the secondary map. They reach the 33 buff, but I don't know why they keep trying to, only hold the tablet and move again, and it's going on and on. And they try to kill the players outside the tablet. It's pretty much pretty the same with what we saw on the second game from Frontera 1 against Majestic, but it is the difference between them is Frontera 8 is still trying to take over one tablet at least, so they're not fully attacking player outside the tablet.
Yeah, our Baron's about to spawn in another minute or so. Just a 300-point lead. If Frontera 8 is able to secure the Baron, that's gonna give them the advantage for the entire game. You can see, Mavis just really causing havoc here in the spawn point. He's just going everywhere, getting kills non-stop.
Yep, and players from Laughing Talon wouldn't stop holding two tablets that they have. Well, on the other hand, Ragnarok just killing people everywhere.
Everyone's just walking around killing people.
Yeah, I mean, like, the killing is more interesting for Frontera 8 on the second game. But I don't know what will happen on the third game. I think what will happen on the third game will be the same with what happened on the first match.
Scoreline is closing down though. Our Baron's about to spawn. Frontera 8 is really gathered around here. Looks like, they want to secure the Baron at least, or see how long they will take to finish off this. Our Baron is spawning in 5 seconds. Laughing Talon trying to make the rotations in, while we see Photon Burst or Frozen Worlds. Oblivion's already dropped down there, as the Our Baron would drop in 3 seconds. That gives the lead back to Frontera 8, and that's gonna give them the lead at the moment. But let's see if they actually decide to finish off the game, because right now they're still chilling here in the Our Baron spawn.
Yeah, chilling on the Our Baron spawn, and they also kill the Our Barons and make it Laughing Talon suffer minus 500 points and make it Frontera 8 on lead again in terms of points. And considering both of them already received the full buff from the secondary map, this is going to be very interesting because it depends with the tablets collecting and also the PK from each guild.
Yeah, still a 300-point lead here for the side of Frontera 8. They are still leading slightly, and they are still having, just chilling around here in the Our Baron spawn. They are still getting kills. Mavis getting 190 kills already in the spawn point. And, Laughing Talon might be, preventing this strategy from Frontera 8. They're just running in and feeding kills to them.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Because although Laughing Talon had 2 tablets, currently having 2 tablets, but
they're not getting the lead.
Yeah, they're not getting the lead, and especially after the Our Baron kill, they just let themselves to be killed by Frontera 8 and let the Frontera 8 win this game by 2-0.
Yeah, a very very interesting response to what Frontera 8 is trying to do is that, hey, they know that their opponents are trying to maximize the rewards and they're not letting them. Look at what Laughing Talon is doing. They're just running in to this area, feeding kills, and that will allow Frontera 8 to win this game. So very interesting response from them to play in this specific way, and that definitely throws a wrench into Frontera 8's plan, because they were planning to prolong the series, but if they keep getting these kills, they're gonna eventually lose, because like you said earlier, the point difference is not growing for Laughing Talon. It's actually, it's not shrinking for Laughing Talon, it's growing further and further, and Frontera 8 is inching closer and closer to winning this game.
Exactly. That's what we see right now. Because I think what Laughing Talon will think is, if I can't win this series, I wouldn't let you get the maximum reward.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you waste our time here?
Yeah, exactly. This is I wouldn't say it's not exactly smart, but it's probably, you know, what they're thinking of, and definitely is something that Frontera 8 was not expecting, was that, hey, these guys are just running in, giving us kills, and, you know, spoiling our plan. And, you know, some of these guys who are on auto mode are just getting accidental kills, and that's gonna give them just inch them closer to losing this game.
And you see that the tablets, the moon tablets, Laughing Talon refused to take over the moon tablet for a couple of times, and now they'll hold it again. Oh my god, this is kind of weird to see. I mean, I think these two were just kind of weird, and especially in the second game, the Frontera 8 refused to kill players from Laughing Talon, but Laughing Talon forced them to.
Yeah, but right now you see Frontera is responding a little bit better. They're not attacking anymore. They're just trying to make sure they lose this game. I mean, that's a weird thing to say, but you know, that you can't blame the game. You can't blame the player. You have to blame like the mechanics of this. Just both these guilds, at least for Frontera, they're trying to maximize their long-term plan, which is to make it as far as possible in Odin Cup. And despite Laughing Talon's attempt, I mean, the gap is slowly closing. It's only a 150-point gap right now towards the side of Frontera 8. Laughing Talon is closing the gap, but it's gonna be a tough position here for them to close things out.
Oh my god, I mean, just look at the different tablet. You know, the Laughing Talon wouldn't capture the moon tablet, they just hold it and let Frontera 8 take it over. And look at the sun tablet. It's also happened on the sun tablet. They didn't want to take over the sun tablet, but they just want to leave a mark there, and they voluntarily give their bodies to Frontera 8 to be killed. Oh my god.
Yep, and looks like
What am I
Frontera
just
8
witnessing?
Frontera 8 realized they have just left the Albert. Not sure where they're going here. Sun Tablet is slightly attempted, but not really finished off here. 130 points difference between both these guilds at the moment. It is still Laughing Talon trying to just getting there in terms of losing out this game, but maths wise, if you're 20-10 and it's a 200-point difference, they cannot catch up unless they lose another 50 members. So yeah, it's looking like we're going to game number 3 here for this specific series. Frontera 8 is 100 points away from is taking a 100-point lead here, and it doesn't seem like they're able to win this game.
Oh my god, do you see that? Do you see that? Akita were chased by lots of players from Laughing Talon asking Akita to kill them, and in Frontera 8 just refused. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is very funny to see. You see that Akita?
Yeah.
Akita chased by at least 5 players from Laughing Talon. You know, kill me. No, I don't want to kill you. Go away.
60-point difference right now. 230 points left remaining here for the side of Laughing Talon, as it's getting closer towards the end here for game number 2.
Yeah, but Frontera 8 managed to, you know, close the gap between them to a very small amount. Because we saw that we saw after the Owl Baron, the gap is 100, and now it's just, you know, 30 points. But still, the Frontera 8 trying their best to prolong this game to game 3, but Laughing Talon trying their best to not make it happen. Oh my god, this is a very weird scenario from these two guilds.
Yeah, it's a countdown to losing it. It's I mean, I didn't want to say this previously, but this is it's quite a disrespectful situation here for the side of Laughing Talon, and you know, props to them for trying to finish the match the right way. But you know, sometimes you gotta do what you have to do to try and win the entire thing. So here we have 130 points left for the side of Frontera 8. Looks like they want to end the misery here and finish off the game to go into a game number 3. So nice try there from Laughing Talon, but Frontera 8 will win this game, win this series by losing this game, and yeah, we're going to a game number 3 again, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, because it is not possible for Laughing Talon let Frontera 8 win this game, because the Frontera 8 seems had another idea how to make this game lose on their side. Now the point of Frontera 8 goes down to 0, and the game is over with a winning for Laughing Talon. The score is even 1-1.
Yeah, this side, I don't know how to put this lightly here, but that was just not what we want to see here in the Odin Cup. Not playing to win, but I mean technically playing to win, but this is not definitely what we want to see, especially here in the top 8. But still, game number 3 is coming up next in this entire series. It is the round of 8 here for the Odin Cup, and whoever wins here will be moving on to the top 4 to be one step closer to moving on the finals of the Odin Cup.
Yep, but still, yeah. Props and kudos for Laughing Talon to make this game still good to watch, because after they realized the intention from their opponent, they try to make it even by using another strategies. But even though it is not happening, but still, what Laughing Talon did on the previous game is gain loss of respectful mind.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in, but it is going to be it's going to be game number 3 that's going to be happening in the next one. So while we wait for the stats of the previous game, which matchup are you really hoping to see tomorrow here, Abigail?
Yep. And what happened to the secondary for B score of kind of tied, because even though the Frontera 8 secured the 3rd buff by outplay the Laughing Talon on the secondary map, but the Laughing Talon managed to receive the same buff, but so it's kind of even. But for the main map, it's a different story, because Frontera 8, even though they can win this series so perfectly with the 2-0, they refuse to do that, and also Laughing Talon, they tried their best to make this game more even competitive by using a different strategy, which is very interesting to see. And also on the first game, looking back, that Laughing Talon is kind of really dominated by Frontera 8. I was very surprised by Laughing Talon, who can create a situation where they're very tight with a Frontera 8, and especially talking about how well they rotate to every single tablets to cover and keep going on to make the points, the life points of Frontera 8 gradually decreased.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Props to the efforts there shown by Laughing Talon. But let's take a look at the stats for the main battlefield here in game number 2. Again, the kills doesn't tell the entire story, because we do see Frontera 8 trying to achieve a little bit more of rewards from the in-game system. So that's why we're going to game number 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, it's the next game is going to be a very fast series. If the first game is anything to showcase here, Frontera 8 definitely has the firepower to end it as quickly as possible, and we might see some form of protest here from Laughing Talon for having their entire series extended. But still, it is secondary battlefield much better done here from the side of Laughing Talon. Unfortunately, still a big lead to Frontera 8 that allows them to that will allow them to dominate the next game.
Yup, and the secondary map was very promising too for Laughing Talon, although they're lacking scores. I mean the gap between the moral scores at the end of the day is pretty much all played by the Frontera 8, but still, what secondary map provides is just a buff, and the MVP of the match from Laughing Talon, of course. I'm pretty curious who will be the MVP, and now we're having Reggie as the MVP of Frontera 8.
Yeah, and yeah, it's gonna be important as we go into game number 3. To decide who will be moving on to the top 4 here. Talon Hudaks with 19 kills here. 4 tablets as well. He's the strongest player in Frontera 10, and definitely being showcased here with the strength. But it's still not going to. It wasn't enough in the first round, in the first game of this series, and it looks like it's gonna be tough for him as well in the final game of this series.
Yeah, but after all, what Laughing Talon did on the previous game is very fascinating to watch, and I really want to see what will happen next on the third game. Especially this is the final game for Laughing Talon and Frontera 8. If Frontera 8 slip a little bit and Laughing Talon can abuse that blunder, it will be a different story.
Yeah, maybe this is one way to punish them as well. You know, they are trying to prolong the series to get more rewards. Hey, let's take the next win, and they can't even move on in the Odin Cup. I mean, that will be a story to tell. I mean, I'm definitely behind that sort of storyline. Let's see if that happens. But you know, it's all down to one final game in this best of 3 series. It is going to be very important for Laughing Talon to be able to perform at their very best to stand a chance against Frontera 8. So let's see if that will make there will be any changes that makes a difference in the last upcoming match.
Yes, because I can see the rival side of Laughing Talon to, have a different opinion with the Frontera 8. I really love that, to see how they respond to what happened in the second game, and to look for the third game. It will be very more interesting, because I wonder what will happen between these two guilds, and especially from Laughing Talon. What will they do to beat the Frontera 8? And without any further ado, we're proceeding to the third game, which means it's the last game of the day that will let us know who's the winner of this series and who will proceed to the top 4.
Yeah, one last game to find out who will be moving on to top 4 of the Odin Cup. So this is going to be an important match for both sides. You know, Frontera, Laughing Talon representing Frontera 10 was given a lifeline here. They have a chance to move on to the top 4, but you know, that's only if Frontera 8 is not able to close out this game. So yeah, let's see if it's a possible story to tell in this final game of the series.
This series will be much more interesting to see the preparation between these two guilds, and especially I'm really rooting for Laughing Talon, because the way they respond on the second game is really good to do. And talking about what happened on the second game, we'll move to the third game. And the distribution players from Laughing Talon, I can see that they're trying to move to another tablet, because most of the players from Frontera 8 will cover the Moon tablet. But I don't know, things may change, because normally Frontera 8, as far as I know, they always go for the Moon tablet, and then they're trying to look at the situation, whether they want to go to the Sun or the Star tablet. But it depends with the situations. Now it's left to Laughing Talon what they want to do. They really want to contest the Moon tablet, or they want to you know, just try to take 2 tablets at the same time, a sap and moon tablet, which is the sun and star, which will give them a huge momentum in the early game. And for guys that still with us in the live chat, you can go give a support to every single guild that you're rooting for, whether it's Frontera 8 or maybe the Laughing Talon. But I want to let you guys know that please keep being positive in the comment section, because we will give a live draw, and the live draw will be only for the good guys on the live chat. So please just make the live chat conducive. And talking about the last game of this Odin Cup Season 2 Top 8, only less than 1 minute and 30 seconds left, but I don't really see the movement from Laughing Town players, David.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, this might be a protest from the side of Laughing Talon, you know, after the shenanigans that Frontera 8 pulled in the previous game. So props to them for really, you know, I don't know what the props to them for really showcasing the importance of sportsmanship and, you know, integrity. So they are not going to try and contest in the main battlefield, and yeah, this will surely ensure that, you know, Frontera 8 will be moving on to the top 4 of the Odin Cup Season 2. But it's going to be a very boring affair here in the main battlefield. You only see Chloe here in the main battlefield. He's gonna be walking around trying to end the game as quickly as possible. But that's exactly what Frontera 8 is looking for as well, trying to finish the game here. This is game number 3, last chance for Frontera 8 to lock down their spot here in the top 4, while, you know, Laughing Talon is going to finish off in the top 8. So still a very good result for a guild in a lesser known server. They definitely have shown, you know, for the longest of time I didn't even know Frontera 10 existed until they qualified here for the top 32 of the Odin Cup. So definitely an eye-opening, just showing the world that, hey, you know, there's also some people here in Frontera 10 that can compete with the rest, and this is, I think, a very good showcase for them. It allows them to get a bit more experience as well, and getting to this stage of the Odin Cup is definitely something that they should be proud of as well. And here we take a look at the secondary battlefield, since that, you know, the main battlefield, Laughing Talon isn't really contesting there. The points are going to be dropping 30 every 10 seconds. So in about 6 minutes, the game should be finishing off soon here. It is still most members here for the side of Frontera 8 making sure that there's no additional shenanigans coming from the side of Laughing Talon. But as the time goes by, it's going to tick down even faster.
Yeah, or maybe we will see another perfect win from Frontera 8 or Home as Elias, like we last year we saw. Because Frontera 8 or previously Home scored a lot of achievements.
Oh yeah.
Last year, as the very first team to not revealing the strategies until the top 4. And also the only guilds that win a perfect score in the top 8, if I'm not mistaken. I forgot if it's the top 8 or top 16. But what happened in the secondary map is a mass killing. Frontera 8 already secured the first buff, but Laughing Talon still, you know, try to move as near as possible. They don't really move much. They just drop on the one spot and let them be killed by Frontera 8, because I don't see a lot of players from Laughing Talon try their, you know, try to fight by the Frontera 8. So it's just pretty much a massacre from Frontera 8 to Laughing Talon.
Yeah, right now they're being forced back to the spawn here. Laughing Talon, nothing they can really do to force them back. It is Frontera 8 that is winning on both sides as well, but they're still getting a couple of the objectives across the map, so nicely done here from the side of Frontera 8, but otherwise it's just a very one-sided story, a one-sided affair here in the top 8 of the Odin Cup. Lots of Oblivions being dropped here at the spawn. People are giving chase, but you know it's in the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge detriment here for the side of Laughing Talon. They know that they're outclassed. They know that they cannot fight against the likes of Frontera 8, and this is just their way to leave the tournament with a bang.
Yep, and the combat is, you know, it's just scary. It keeps hit the Laughing Talons players had again and again, and all I can see here is that the Frontera 8 players camping Laughing Talon, and to be honest, this is just a characteristic from Frontera 8. Whenever they want to win the game, they simply can win the game easily. And whenever they already owning the whole game, they will spawn camp their opponent, and this is what happened. Exactly the same what we saw on the previous year.
Yep, absolutely. It's definitely showcasing why they were one of the top 4 teams in the previous season, and they are looking like they're gonna lock themselves down in the top 4 of this season as well. So 2 out of the 4 teams from last year's top 4 have already secured their spot in the top 4. So tomorrow we'll find out if the other 2 teams that were in last year's season 1's top 4 teams, which are Rise as well as Out F4, will they be exactly the same as season 1, or will Code, which is the new name for Raku, will Code be able to upset the order of things and give the finals one Filipino guild representative?
Yes, because on the previous year, there are no even Filipino representative on the top 4, so all of them is just the Indonesian and the Thailand representative. But this year might be different because we still have a true Filipino representative, although Laughing Talon still try their best to get out from this kind of situation, and at the same time Frontera 8 just, you know, spawn camping them. But at least Laughing Talon at the end of the day finally can give a 100-point damage to Frontera 8 after several minutes.
I have no idea where the 100 points came from, actually. 14 minutes, maybe the minions, 10 mobs, yeah, maybe 10 of the minion spawns, but still, in the grand scheme of things, it does not matter here in this, because you know, Laughing Talon isn't trying to compete here in the final game, and in another 6 minutes or so, the game should come to its natural end.
Yeah, and this is what we're going to see for the whole match, I think. Because I don't think Frontera 8 will stop spawn camping Laughing Talon players, and Laughing Talon players had no chance to fight back the Frontera 8. And what will happen on the man battlefield will pretty much the same.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna be a swift end here for this specific series. We do see, you know, players sacrificing themselves to finish the game faster, but it's still a slow crawl. Most of the points in Guild League happens when you're trying to recapture tablets, because every single time that happens, that's additional 50 points. So this actually is a longer ending of the game. But let's see if yeah, the Baron definitely is gonna give Frontera 8 a quick boost in points as well once they get it.
Because it's a minus 500 points, so you wouldn't want to miss that if you want to escalate this game very quickly. And the moment our Baron is going to spawn, players from Frontera 8 move away from the camp town of Laughing Talon and leave the Laughing Talon camped by several players only, not the whole Frontera 8 power.
Oh, absolutely. It's getting close to the end here, Abigail. We've got two minutes before the Owl Baron spawns, and we have our second team securing their spot here in the top 4 of the Odin Cup. But yeah, nothing that we can really talk about here now. But wait for the game to end, because yeah, it's been a very one-sided affair so far from the side of Frontera 8, and Laughing Talon tried their absolute best to keep things interesting, but unfortunately it is going to be the end of the road for the Frontera 10 guild.
Yup, because Laughing Talon seems didn't want to fight back the Frontera 8, and they keep standing on their spot. While on the other hand, on the main battlefield, it's very peaceful, because only players from Frontera 8 on each tablet, which is Sun, Moon, and Star tablet, and there are no Laughing Talon players trying to contest the tablet.
Yeah, it is just going to be a wait until the end here. 1,000 points left in Laughing Talon's health bar. The Owl Baron is going to spawn in another minute or so. So that's going to be another 500 points going their way as well, leaving us in another few minutes before the game can come to its natural end.
Yep. And we still see the massacre of Laughing Talon players, while some of Frontera players move away to prepare themselves to catch the Owl Baron or to slay the Owl Baron. But some players still being caged on the camp. And Frontera 8 just put 1 or 2 players in front of the camps of Laughing Talon just to make sure they didn't move, so they can still score kills by killing them one by one.
Yeah, Owl Baron is about to spawn in 5 seconds. That's going to give another 500 points to the way of Frontera 10, and that's gonna finish up the game so rather quickly. The minions will spawn, and that is going to be Frontera 10. It's Frontera 8 securing their spot in the top 4 of Season 2 of the Odin Cup.
Exactly, 2-1 scored by Frontera 8 against Laughing Talon. This is a very good match, and I really want to give a shout out to Laughing Talon for trying their best, especially on the first and the second game, but sadly the third game they didn't do anything, and Frontera 8 just trying what they can do, killing, and then took over the tablets and killing the Owl Baron and score win and proceed to the top 4. Now we have 2 guilds from today's matches who can be the top 4 or maybe a finalist of the Odin Cup Season 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a pretty long day here at Abigail. I mean, it's we've gone through 2 full game series, both of these games happening today, going all the distance in the best of 3. So definitely hope you guys had a look at what the third job meta does bring. Lots of new classes compared to the previous season, and definitely very interesting to see how the clash of ideologies will be facing up against each other as we head on further on in this entire tournament.
Exactly, and it is really interesting to see this kind of meta, and especially the meta that are different from last year, and especially is on the Odin Cup Season 1. The meta change, also the job distribution that is really different with last year, because last year we saw lots of paladin and lots of high wizards, but now we saw lots of Dora, lots of warlocks, lots of rune knight, and not to mention the assassin and also ranger still have their spot, although it's just a small spot. And mechanics, the mechanics also play a very important role as a second layer for the front line for each guild. And I really love this kind of composition, bring us to another level of excitement, because the way each guild rotate is kind of different from what we saw on the last year.
Yeah, the movements are are more refined. A lot of guilds are focusing rather than the shortest path. They go for the path of least resistance, which are two completely different things. And the shortest path involves you moving from the middle side of the map. But a lot of times, frozen worlds are dropped there, mechs are standing by there to slow you down. You've got the royal guards just disrupting your movement as well. But they're going from the top and bottom side of the map, which has least resistance and allows you to rotate faster across the map. So tomorrow, hopefully, we see more interesting movement strategies to try and throw your opponents off guard. But let's take a look at stats for the third game of this best of 3 series.
Yup. And the total damage between these two is kind of small because it is 69 compared to 12 million. Well, to be honest, Loving Talon barely did anything on the third game. They spent camp spawned by Frontera 8, and Frontera 8 just decided to move to every single tablet, enjoying their time, and I think a lot of things happen only on the secondary map.
Yeah, let's take a look at the stats for the secondary map, where Laughing Talon spent most of their time at. They got a good number of monsters, but unfortunately the kills were pretty one-sided, going towards the way of Frontera 8, as well as just they couldn't secure any of the main objectives of the map as well. So Frontera 8 will be moving on to the top 4 of the Odin Cup, while we will say goodbye to the Laughing Eggplant representing Frontera 10. That is going to be the last time we see this logo on the Odin Cup stream.
The Loving Talon man, loving to see how good this match was. And let's take a look at the MVP of this match. Who will it be? And Mavis is our back-to-back MVP of this Odin Cup Season 2 Top 8, David.
Yeah, again we have another assassin that's really popping up here today, and it's gonna be the story of the entire tournament is the resurgence of Rangers and the Rangers and Assassins, while Hennessy XO is the highest point gainer for the side of Frontera 8 with 4 kills and about 3 million damage.
Yes, and also we would like to see the profession distributions between these two guilds. So this will open their strategies a little bit, I think. And the competition from Frontera 8 is very heavy to Doram. Laughing Talon also very heavy to Doram too, because they only spare 11 and 13 rune knight, and the Archbishop. Wow, that's a huge amount of Archbishop from Frontera 8 of 42. Yeah. Same amount with the Doram.
Yeah, that's a very interesting sort of composition. A little bit lopsided, I feel, like to Dorams as well as the Archbishops. The previous match where we did see Legends, they had a very balanced sort of composition. They've got 30 on one, 30 on the other. That allows you a bit more flexibility in building your compositions. But when you have like 40 over 40 of a single class, that creates a imbalance. And when you have two of these classes that have 40, it's hard to build a different composition where you just don't have a majority of Dorams. Suddenly you have extra 10 Dorams out there that you can't really fit in somewhere else, because each of these guilds, they have a limit of 150 members in the main and secondary battlefield. And when you are lopsided in a single class, and if your opponent hard counters that class, you suddenly have 40 members that are doing basically nothing for your guild. So guild composition is going to be very important in the long run, and let's see if anyone's able to abuse, Frontera 8 having an absurd amount of Archbishops and Dorams.
Yeah, but before we jump into another section, let's take a look at the highlight of the second match, because maybe there are some of you who just joined us in the live stream and you missed lots of information about what happened between Laughing Talon and Frontera 8. But basically, what happened between Laughing Talon and Frontera 8 on the first and second game is pretty interesting to talk to, because Laughing Talon tried their best on the first game, but sadly Frontera 8 just gave them the brute force and pushed them to the corner, so Loving Talon couldn't do anything. But on the second game, Frontera 8 have something suspicious on their mind, and Loving Talon seems to realize it and notice it, and they did a very good response against the Frontera 8. Sadly, on the third game, another response was shown by Loving Talon, and Frontera 8 just ate it.
Yeah, it is bittersweet ending here for the side of Laughing Talon, making it this far in their first ever Odin Cup. Definitely opening our eyes to what Frontera 10 has to offer. But you know, this is the end of the road for them. Frontera 8 will be once again for the second time the top 4 finalists for the Odin Cup, and you know, this is their second time around. The first time in the first Odin Cup, they faced up against Legends, I believe, and they lost. And you know, this time they are going to be up against Legends once again in the top 4.
Yep. yeah. I mean, like, how come the scenario is pretty much the same with what happened in last year?
Yeah.
But still, I really want to know what will Frontera 8 do for facing up against the Frontera 1 or Legends again.
Yeah, it's tomorrow. I'm more excited for tomorrow's matches, to be honest, because we've got the ultimate script breaker. We've got the ultimate curse destroyer, which is going to be Code facing up against Frontera F4. Because you know, Frontera F4, they were called out F4 in season 1. They made it to the top 4. Also defeating Rugpool in the previous season. So this time, you know, Code, which is Rugpool rebranded, is gonna have their chance of making a just getting their revenge here in the top 8. So if they're able to make an upset against Frontera F4, then you know, then we have, you know, things starting to get really interesting there tomorrow.
Yeah, and also we have another interesting match between Rise and Goon, the defending champion, and we will see how powerful they are on this season, especially season 2. So make sure you guys wouldn't miss the match for tomorrow. And I would love to give you another information, right, David? David?
Yep, sorry. Yeah, this is the brackets for the Odin Cup so far. We have 2 guilds already moving on to the top 4, which is Frontera 1 and Frontera 8. Tomorrow we'll be watching Rise versus Goon and Frontera F4 facing up against Code. So Rise versus Goon is going to be a very one-sided affair, I believe. But for the last game of the day, Frontera F4 going up against Code. Code is not going to let loose, right? This is the opportunity for revenge for Code against the team that they lost to in the previous season. And I spoke to the guild leader of Code a couple of minutes ago, and you know, they are prepared. They want this revenge. They want this grudge match. They want to they want to showcase to the world that, hey, you know, we have a chance to move on to the top 4. But yeah, that's the story for tomorrow, Abigail. But today, you know, we're almost done with the entire program.
But last but not least, I would love to give the last redeem code for you guys. So make sure you use your finger to redeem this code. Ta-da! It's 8426. Nice. This will give you a bunch of bountiful rewards. So make sure you don't miss this code, because we will already give you a free code for this day so far, and also the live draw for those participants in the live chat who gave the supportive comments and also dropped their UIDs. But please make sure you notice that every single Discord rewards from our official Discord channel, the prizes will be distributed 10 days after this event over. So don't be mad too quickly if you don't receive it by tomorrow, because we need some time to, you know, finish this event first, and then we will distribute the prizes for you guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, absolutely. All of these prizes are definitely worth the wait. So yeah, you know, after some grueling matches, we are at the end of day number 1 for the top 8 for the Ragnarok Online Origins Southeast Asia Odin Cup Season 2. And tomorrow's matches are definitely something to look out for. But don't go anywhere yet, guys. We still have something coming up for you, which is the we're gonna be giving away 1,000 diamonds again, right? Remember, if you guys remember the steps that you need to do, this is the time to do it. So write down your supportive messages, write down your cheers in the YouTube chat along with your UID, and you stand a chance to walk home with 1,000 diamonds.
Yeah, so make sure you didn't type or you don't type your ID incorrectly, because it will evac you to not receive the diamonds. Anyone will receive it, or unless it will be David who took it over.
Yes, 1,000 diamonds is gonna give me a lot of progression. Definitely looking up. If you guys don't want it, I mean, I'm open. I can drop my UID down in chat as well.
Yeah, and then you guys can give a comment on behalf of David. And so let's take a look on the live chat and let's see which good guy can receive the 1k diamonds today. I mean, creating a supportive comment for certain people is kind of hard. Yes, it's very easy to spread the negativity instead of positivity, but I would want to see you guys on the live chat section to give a supportive message first before receiving something. Right, David?
Yep, absolutely. And the prizes for this is gonna be it's pretty good. So make sure you participate in getting a chance to get these prizes as well.
Yeah, because this prize it is kind of different with the reading copy what we gave last year from Odin Cup Season 1, and it is even more bountiful, more rewardful for all of you guys on the live stream. So make sure you follow the instruction correctly by dropping your UID plus your positive comments. I'm like a shout out or maybe cheer out for Loving Talong or Frontera 1, Frontera 8, or Majestic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great show and we have to thank everyone for joining us here today. So make sure you get your messages in along with your UID so that we're able to select the winners for this time. 1,000 diamonds for the first round that was given away, and I heard that this round is gonna be 10 gachapon tickets, so there are plenty of prizes for you guys to win. And if you guys have been following us for the entire day, you definitely deserve a chance to get these rewards. So definitely look out. Definitely participate. Put your supportive messages, put your UID in the YouTube chat right now, and you stand a chance to walk away with those prizes.
For example, like nice try, Loving Talon. Although you lose, but you still the top kills that I'm rooting for. Love from Frontera 8 or Frontera 9 and /UID 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Like that. That's the perfect example. I mean, don't just say go Frontera 10 and your UID. No, don't. I mean, I'm like be creative. Be more creative.
Definitely. Like the more creative your message, the more it stands out from everyone else and gives you a better chance to win. So definitely you want to try and make it more interesting.
Yep, and also this is the last code that we will give to you, the OCS 426. You can just redeem it, and we are now preparing the live YouTube chat to pick who's the lucky good guy of the day. Da-da-da-da.
Yeah, it's let's see.
Go have fun. Go have fun.
We're going to so we're gonna stop the chat in 3, 2, 1 and stop. Yep.
Ta-da.
And here we have we'll be sharing the winning UIDs here later on. We'll share the UIDs for the 3 winners, 1,000 diamonds for anyone who's followed the steps correctly. So that's going to be your prizes for the day. So congratulations in advance to whoever's done the correct procedure and steps, because you are walking home with 1,000 diamonds.
Yep. Another redeem code for you again, guys. See you for 27, which means see you tomorrow, because tomorrow we will still have a very interesting matches to live, and also we're still looking for another winner for 1k diamonds. And let's see, UID and message. UID message, nice. UID and message. No. I don't want to see a very short message. I want to see a very creative, supportive message.
Yeah, definitely. You know, write a poem, describe your love for your guild. You know, if you like the charisma, baby, share it out. And we're going to stop the roll in 3, 2, 1, and stop. And that's gonna be one of the winners for. We're gonna have 3 winners here for 1,000 diamonds as well. So again, congratulations in advance for everyone who won.
Nice. Congratulations to the winner. Congratulations to the winner. So it is really nice to see lots of this, you know, positivities. Like Dax Mingxi is a simper of David.
He's a friend of mine. You know, he likes making jokes, and so I know that he's been spamming that a lot. So yeah, let's take a look at the matches that are happening tomorrow. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, just a little bit just now, but just to recap, the matches happening tomorrow for you guys. It's gonna be Rise against Goon a little earlier than today. So if you guys are looking out to watch the games tomorrow, it's starting a little bit earlier than today. 4:30 GMT +7. That's 4:30 server time. Rise versus Goon. 6 p.m. we're gonna have Frontera F4 facing up against Code. And finally, at 8 p.m., we're gonna have we're gonna be able to watch the Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau regions Odin Cup, and that's gonna be who, Abigail?
初夏花语二入墨团 No,
Yeah, so we're gonna have
why you ask me to read it?
We're gonna have 2 guilds from the Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau region facing up in at 8 p.m. So definitely you wanna look out for that as well. One of the rare views at the other region, which will be competing in the Asia Cup as well. But before we close out for the day, guys, remember to be a part of the official Ragnarok Online Origin official Discord, where you stand a chance to win additional prizes. If you post your cheer in the Odin Cup Cheer Up channel, you get additional tickets, gacha tickets, that branch, and bloody branches as well. And 50 lucky winners will be awarded with 1 rare card album, 1,000 diamonds, and a white swan mount. So you just have to follow the format: IGN, UID, server name, your favorite team, and your unique cheer for supported team, and make sure that the cheers are at least 50 words long.
Yes, because stand-up messages might even get a shout-out during the live broadcast, as you saw before. Like, we give a shout-out to 3 stand-up messages. And don't forget to join our official Discord server and claim your adventurer identity. Then enter the channel Odin Cup _ free gifts and tap the money icon to obtain your exclusive gift code, and which contains the gacha ticket, card coupon, diamonds, and Zenny chest, the one that David need the most. And please remember that this event is all available until May 4th only, and each account can only be redeemed once. So please claim your gift and activate it as soon as possible.
Yeah, definitely. Make sure you claim it. You know, you have 15 minutes to claim after you click on the icon. So make sure you are ready to claim it before you actually claim it. That sounds kind of a bit weird, but you know, that's how it is. So make sure you guys are ready and prepared to get the prizes for yourself. But it's been a interesting day, Abigail, to say the least. But yeah, that is a lot of matches for today. That's gonna be all for me as well as Abigail, and we hope to see you guys tomorrow.
Yep, so sleep well and rest well for you guys. Thank you for watching and stay with us from the start until the end of this live stream. Hopefully we can meet you guys again on the next live stream. So a good night and have a good night too to you guys, and see you tomorrow. Bye.